on the way in. So you lose some points there.
You know who doesn't lose points? Justin, he's too good. Squishy with the back pass to the back wall, and Justin secures it. NRG were basically clinical the entire weekend. And yes, the competition ramped up, but the most consistent throughout the region gets it done yet again.
Yeah, you know who's been consistent and a welcome surprise in North America? Daniel dropping this one down. 2 Reddles, perfectly done. Space Station looking far better this split.
You know, Daniel's fine. He's okay. He's new, but who isn't? The pickup of G2's life. Atomic, who's been lights out stacks. I mean, he had 2 back-to-back.
Yeah, Atomic here as well. I mean, you could have a whole hour-long discussion about which Atomic play was better. Perfectly placed there. Defense, no contest. Tell you what, though, my play is coming up a little bit later.
Oh, it's got to be this one, though. Gyro, look at that back pass. Look at the double touch off the back wall. I mean, it's perfect for Rogue Taroko, the high 5 downfield. Gyro's in full form.
Listen, I like Gyro, but come on. Come on. This is just silly. This is LJ. Oxygen fighting for their major lives all throughout this split, and LJ just turned it up.
Insane. Some of those plays are really just outlandish. We're going to talk a little bit about them, of course, but I want you guys to talk about them as well. Listen, we're going to get you involved a lot here on this Friday, so let us know what your favorite play was there. Just put a number. Any number. Not any number. Just number 1 through 7. What was your favorite
Spaceman would
play?
put a 9 in there just because.
I would type Gyro right in. People are probably confused. Gyro is a well-beloved character on our Rogue HQ stream. So for those that are freaking out, it's Gyro, but we call him Gyro because he steps up like that.
I made a mental note to make fun of you actually for calling him Gyro. So
yeah.
So I know.
Well,
now I can't do that.
Yeah.
This guy.
Type Gyro for the points.
In any event, shout outs to all of our fans out there that are voting for their favorite plays, and of course our friends at 7-Eleven for doing the same thing. When it comes down to it, I think that, you know, these players are really pulling out all the stops to kind of find themselves in the right position. And it looks like number 7 is the right position. Congratulations. Shocker. This is your top play. Stacks, drop it off.
I mean, again, this is just, you don't see this. Double flip reset, still force it in under the defense. I mean, there was no conversation as to what the top play was. Tell you what, LJ has been phenomenal. Oxygen has, for me, the story of this split as they try to survive this race for the major in LA. And plays like this from LJ, I could see this a million times. It's just so good. LJ is becoming one of my favorite players in North America. It's so fun to watch.
That's really what I wanted to get to, is that, like, it is very, very cool seeing, listen, the best are still improving, but this middle of the pack with all these majors and everything coming around, we're seeing just such an ascension of talent, really. And so with all of that in mind, you still got to take a look at the entire scene. And at the end of the day, sometimes the people on top are still the people on top. This is the way the standings look like right now in North America. And like I said, sometimes the guys on top are just the guys on top. The general NRG are chilling at 651 points. Then we've got G2 over at 541 and Space Station chilling as well. But Spaceman, yeah, I have been all about FaZe Clan. I think they are really, really dirty.
I mean, individually, they might have the three-headed Hydra of North America. They might have the big three, as many would say. But I think that the one aspect that they continue to fall flat on is, again, closing it out in big situations, closing it out in big games, but also just playing consistent. Because FaZe Clan can beat anybody, but when they play G2 Energy, they tend to crumble. So I'm high on that team as well, but they have yet to prove they can get it done regularly.
For me, that's the big anime arc of this season, is like, will FaZe Clan earn their plot armor, or will they be taken down before the series finale? Anyway, we've got all 16 teams here right like this, and what we've done here today to set the bracket for tomorrow and Championship Sunday, we're gonna throw them all into groups and let them just mash around. So these are the way the groups are looking at right here. Group A, B, C, or D. You can see Energy, FaZe, G2, and SSG split up, which is probably the right look here. Stacks, all 4 groups. Who are you looking at?
The big group I'm looking at actually is Group A, because you've got Version 1 and Rebellion both going head-to-head in that group. They are both very much alive for major contention, so that one series between those two teams is going to be crucial. Oxygen has to go through G2, Sonics, and Charlotte Phoenix, obviously trying to get into the upper bracket to give themselves the best shot at staying ahead of the rest of the pack. And then you look over in Group D and Complexity, that has been very slow this split. They're very much a long shot, but they can absolutely play spoiler if they can get into the bracket phase, and they can mess up everything here in NA.
Their acclamation here to North America has been really, really fun to watch, and that also absolutely kind of a story to run off and do so. So the way our groups are going to work is that we have a whole bunch of rounds, and there's a whole bunch of teams playing, and because of that, well, there's a whole bunch of streams. You can visit each of the team's streams and find their action. But of course, if you want to hang out here with, as Spaceman called us, Mo, Larry, and Curly so lovingly, you can do that too. We've got casters in the wings. Jorby's actually hanging out with us as well, and we're going to be bringing you a feature match each and every round. So again, you can travel around the city of Rocket League and see all the streams. You can just hang out here, and we're basically the town square. And we're going to be bringing you all of the bulletin board updates. We've got feature matches right here on this channel. And as the other matches are going on and we're catching results, we will be delivering them to you right here. So you don't have to go anywhere, but you are invited to do so. Looking at all these matches here, Stacks, I want to come back to you again, because I think we have two teams that are a little bit less known than everybody else. Shout outs to our friends All Mid and Randoms. I think those guys are people that we're definitely going to need to bring up a little bit.
Yeah, and they're two of the teams that can, just like Complexity, play spoiler. They could do so here in this stage, in the group stage. Imagine if they can take a spot in the bracket away from one of these teams that are trying to play their way into the major. Look, it doesn't matter if you're in major contention or not. You are here for yourself. Look out for number one. And these are players that have constantly been trying to make a name for themselves, carve out a living for themselves in this scene. And now they have that opportunity to make a name for themselves at the expense of some really well-known teams. Imagine if All Mid can spring one on FaZe. I mean, that would just turn this whole tournament upside down.
That's true. All right, so we're coming up to our first feature match here on the mainstream. Version 1 is going to be going head-to-head against our friends at Shopify Rebellion. Now, the purple and black have absolutely been doing a lot of work recently here, Spaceman, but Shopify Rebellion has been a scary team since, I mean, going back to a little bit last year. And so when we take a look at Rapid and the boys going head-to-head against Supersonic's favorite squad, what's your thoughts?
Well, I really like what Shopify Rebellion did when they picked up Parth. I think that Shopify went through a bit of an identity crisis when their roster started to crumble, and very quickly they had to find a replacement. And bringing in Parth not only defensively made a lot of sense, but he's a very good facilitator. So they're basically dead even on goals per game, and that's going to help them in this series because Version 1 will put up a lot of shots, so you're going to need that defense to come through. But looking at how they played in the last regional, they were in a group with Charlotte, Phoenix, Complexity, and Space Station, and that was at a time when Complexity was still relatively favored to be maybe second in the group. So they didn't have a bad showing, and they went pretty close with a lot of the top teams, and they're even able to go to a game 5 against SSG. So I think that in this series, Rebellion should be able to take care of V1.
Wow, I mean, big words, big words. I'm not gonna put down my prediction just yet because, well, I'm polite and chat comes first. A Verizon fan vote coming at you right now. Let us know who you're rooting for. You know, I always have a problem with these fan votes. I don't know whether I want to vote with my heart or my head, right? So, you know what? Whatever you're feeling. Hashtag V1 if you want or think that Version 1 are taking it. And hashtag SR. That's Shopify Rebellion, not Sean Rogers. You're not voting for him, don't worry. So, Shopify Rebellion.
We've seen a sudden plummet in the voting in the chat. No one wants to vote. It's strange.
So while we wait on the results for the Verizon fan vote, I'm gonna make you guys lock it in here. Spaceman, you sounded like you were going Version 1.
Yeah, if I could go all of my channel points on a game 5, absolutely I would. But I'm going Shopify, man. I'm sorry, I had to do it.
Yeah,
I'm going Shopify.
Okay. You're going Shopify. That's a switch up. That's not on you, production. That's on him. So what's the thesis statement for Rebellion?
I think defense wins when offense doesn't, and Parth is the reason why.
All right, Stacks, you're up.
The thesis.
Look, there's no denying that Shopify Rebellion is going to be up for this one because they're going up against Beast Mode, who left them in the fall and kind of left them high and dry, and how all of that kind of deteriorated. With that said, Beast Mode is still Beast Mode. He has made a huge difference on this version 1 roster. I got V1.
Okay. All right. That would, man, now I got to be the rubber guy. And
yeah,
this always stinks because, believe it or not, you guys are great at your job and both bring up great points. So listen, I'm going to make it nice and easy. I believe in Rapid. It's just that simple. Shopify Rebellion is my vote. I think that, again, like I said, I echo both your statements. I think Beast Mode is a big deal. And everything you said, Sean, about how Shopify has been doing things with cars, absolutely. At the end of the day, I think all of these statements kind of equal out. And Rapid is the thing that pushes me over the edge there. However, we are in the minority. 70% of you guys have voted for version 1. Shout outs to our friends at Verizon for powering that fan vote. And 70% is overwhelming here, Stacks. I mean,
yeah.
Is it really that one-sided, you think?
I don't think it's that one-sided at all. I think that there are just a lot more people that are very much familiar with version 1 rather than Shopify Rebellion, because they think of Rebellion as, oh, well, they fell off in the fall and there's no way they could possibly be good. They're still in contention. If they can knock off version 1 here and maybe contend for a top spot, I mean, you still got to go through NRG to get to the upper bracket. You give V1 a loss here and it puts a lot of pressure on them and it elevates yourself. So I would not be surprised if Rebellion does come out on top.
Definitely going to be a lot of fun. I mentioned Rapid already. Stacks brought up the other guy, though. Beast Mode. He is going to be absolutely integral for his team to find the win here, Spaceman. What's the quick and dirty, what's the back of the baseball card say about Beast Mode?
Beast Mode just needs to play confident. I think that being on a team with Torment gives him the best ability to do so. And can we not discredit Torment's improved play for the past, month? Torment's looks disgusting, but Beast Mode looks like he has his confidence back. And that was the biggest question when this roster move was made. So just stay confident and hang in there.
Love it. Love to hear it. Version 1 going up against Shopify Rebellion should be pretty fun. Like I said, we have Jorby in the wings. He'll be joining us as well as these guys take the field. Again, this one seems to be really, really close up to me. Version 1, obviously leaning in the crowd's hearts here, Stacks. But when I look at these two teams and I'm trying to dissect where the victory comes, I mean, that's why I've got you. So, I mean, what is the key factor for both of these teams to internalize?
For Shopify Rebellion, it's very simple. Don't let their emotions get the better of them. They are, of course, going up against Beast Mode, and there's going to be that extra there. They can't try to do too much and try to send a message. It's got to be just another series all about getting the dub. And they're under a lot of pressure early as version 1 gets right onto Shopify Rebellion's half. Rapid going to try to collect this and get around Calm. He does, and that's a big win for Rapid, because not a lot of people go 1v1 with Calm and come out on top, but he did. We'll see what Calm has for an encore as that goes across, and Torment will collect from the backboard.
Well, if you're going into this series and you are Shopify planning on playing through the midfield, which is essentially the go-to strat for every team in North America at this point, you're basically hoping that you can keep version 1 off the sidewall and keep them more kind of linearly upfield. You don't want them to get space on the sidelines. If they do, their passing is going to be a little bit more difficult to reel in, and you give room for people like Beast Mode and people on the opposite side like Torment who can circle back in and recover nicely on the ball and then feed it back out for extra touches. So going into this, Shopify have to find a way to clamp down, but V1 just gotta play your game. Don't force it to a game 5.
Version 1 is playing all together at a boot camp as Beast Mode with a drive. That's initially saved, but there's Calm to follow it up. Despite Memory's best efforts, Calm scores first for V1.
It was only 56 miles per hour. Let's talk about it. It was an extra bump from Beast Mode, who gets it right back out center, and a good quality attempt at the goal line. Just not enough power to clear it away. And those are the chances that V1's going to want to capitalize on early on, especially when you're starting a regional with so many implications. Nicely done to get the first one on the board.
Against Rapid, quickly turning into a fun 1v1 matchup. Memory just plays that out into space, and Beast Mode is waiting for it. Torment trying to track this. Rapid could not, but he pops this one over the oncoming Calm, and that forces Beast Mode to gather at the back. He's around one, not around Rapid. Comes out the better of the two this time. And now Memory, gonna need one more touch. He's let that get away, and that's the second time that's happened for Memory. Beast Mode, double on the way, pushed it high.
I don't know if it's a boost problem, but early on, Stacks, you must also be seeing the hesitations coming out of Shopify. Very reluctant to move past midfield, very reluctant to initially challenge the first touch from V1. Parth was waiting for his opportunity, and then with these follow-up shots, you're more looking to play it off the sidewall towards the ceiling. Maybe someone's in position. If they're not, you double stack in the back and you play one guy up safety at mid. So this is very, very uncharacteristic from Shopify. Not a lot of aggression early on. They're trying to feel out V1, but they're already down a goal.
The race for the major heating up here in this, our final North American regional event, and there is the X Factor. Beast Mode on the doorstep makes it 2-0.
Well, this is the problem when you hang back and turtle up. You start to overthink, and if you miss one touch, you're going to have to put more pressure on someone like Memory to make that recovery with not a lot of boost, not a lot of room to get in front of the ball. And that's just too much space for V1 up close to have a look at the net. Not really sure what the game plan is early on, but clearly V1 are capitalizing.
There is a sense of urgency here from version 1, not leaving anything to chance. Of course, the organization putting their team in the best chance to be successful. Hard to beat a good team 3 times, though. Version 1, 2-0 against Rebellion in this winter split. Calm, little high, couldn't get this down in front for Torment. And now Memory pops around 1. They do have a numbers advantage, but that's cut out by Calm. Just getting back and intercepting the play. Dumping that to the corner, playing the slow game, letting Torment take over. And that's a great team defensive effort out of version 1.
That's a necessary clear from Shopify. I mean, it reestablishes some equilibrium at midfield, gives you a chance to at least break the monotony of this game so far. Great slow from Beast Mode, but Parth now has bigger things to worry about as Torment circles back into the play, grabs boost, resources on the defensive side for V1, and you look at how some of these midfield rotations have gone and really spelled out for Shopify. It's been very choppy. They've gotten the ball past midfield maybe once or twice. They run into each other. They're hesitant on finding one another. There's nobody else pushed up to overextend. Now Memory's there. Unfortunately, not the cleanest touch, and on a breakaway chance, it's going to lead to a goal. It seems like they're not in full succinct. They're not in pattern with one another, and the communication's becoming a problem. Version 1 very quickly running away with game 1.
And we've only seen even the semblance of a double commit maybe once or twice out of version 1. We saw one kind of on the wall about 40 seconds ago. But that's been about it. I mean, we're not seeing them double commit after the ball. We're not seeing them double commit on a challenge. We're not seeing them both going after the same boost. Communication has been on point for version 1. And even at the top, it's still one of the toughest aspects of the game to master. Version 1 has it working right now as Calm tries to bring one down. He had nobody to pass to after that demolition on Beast Mode. They also don't really need anything else. They've got the 3-goal lead, maybe looking to make it 4. Rapid with the save, and just the significant advantage on the side of version 1. Even though the shots are only officially 6-3, the possession feels like it's been about 70-30, kind of like the Verizon fan vote.
No, this last 30 seconds are basically a courtesy call. I mean, you could take a lap around the field. There just has not been any offense from Shopify. I'd be surprised if they had more than 4 shots in this game, even if they get to that point. Again, not a lot established in the opening minutes. Game 1s of Rocket League are very interesting momentum swings. It doesn't usually spell a lot for a series unless you have a ridiculously close game. But nonetheless, a win is a win. And in this instance, V1 handling their business quite well. Shopify still a lot to be desired, but you're going to love that if you're a V1 fan. It just means there's one less chance you go to Game 5.
And V1 fans will appreciate a win, a very rare win at that does not go to Game 5. Memory will score in the closing seconds, little more than a consolation prize at that. It breaks up the shutout. And that's about all Rebellion has going for them. At least they see the ball go into the net, and they've got that going for them, but they have some serious work to do going into the rest of this series as version 1 looked clinical all throughout.
It was easy. I think it's
Really
the only
was.
way. I think it's the only way I can break it down. Right? It was really, really easy for V1. Coming into this, Shopify just looked like they weren't ready to play. With that, you start to panic a little bit, and when the moment gets too big, even if it's a game one, you overthink a lot of just the easy reactionary touches you should have had. A couple of missed hits, sure, that led to a goal from beast mode, but even then, like, this is the start of a weekend for a regional. I know we're just beginning, but that's one of those performances for Shopify that you have to hope you just scrape away from your memory and, no pun intended, move right on, because you can't afford to get hung up on that game one. It was not good.
F-Dot, I know you were over there at the control center looking at some other matches here. Round one, so important for all of these teams to set the tone for the day, especially teams that have kind of struggled out of the starting blocks. So it's going to be interesting. Of course, we'll have updates from you all throughout this opening round. Anything catching your eye in that game in particular, or anything else going on around the scene?
Honestly, not particularly. You know, just bringing you the updates. You know, FaZe Clan is winning against AM, and Envy's winning against Rogue. Like, so early on in the day, a lot of these results might be a little bit predictable. But as we get going on, that's where we get excited. And that's where I'm going to be interrupting you guys. I'm gonna bark in the middle of these games when crazy stuff happens. But right now, you know, we're seeing like the stuff that we kind of expect. SSG above Torrent by one game. But I'll let you guys do your thing. We'll get back to it.
Well, version 1 passing on point. Even better defense out of Shopify Rebellion. You're going to need to turn that into offense as this series rolls on. Rapid across. Nobody's there. Demolitions left, right, and center as Calm has to wait back for this ball. Fed in by Parth.
I thought for a moment we were going to get back to that meta of whoever, you know, comes in from the sideline to start a game just immediately has the other team score. We had that for a couple of weeks, Stacks, whether it was a Cheese, F-Dot, didn't matter. Yeah, it was, we had a good run. Some things have to end, though. Rapid, good clear off the backboard. Fortunately, no one else is there, but he will get it right back. This is an interesting 1-2 give and go. Parth to the corner, but now what do you do in this situation if you're Shopify, right? Like, you've had a couple of touches early on, haven't established much, but you are playing basically a 2-1 setback. So you have people in rotation to clear the ball away if needed. Now you need to translate it to the offensive side of the field and take the ball away from V1, or else they're going to keep clearing the ball off the backboard.
I mean, these touches have to have something behind them. You see a double commit there between Rapid and Parth as Rapid calls him off, the veteran kind of trying to take charge, but maybe not the best case to do so there. And you see a lot of balls just cleared into a random space. And unfortunately for Rebellion, those spaces happen to be occupied by bluish purplish cars. Beast mode, big demolition, going after Memory as well. Could not make contact. Rapid's got to clear this away, though nobody was really charging into the zone. And now Calm will collect. And again, you see constantly version 1 playing more possession-oriented style, and Shopify Rebellion just trying to hit it out of the zone and hope they can go dump and chase. Calm off the ceiling, and that's cleared away by Rapid.
Oh, I love what I'm seeing from V1. Like, they're very confident to overcommit, but not overextend. They're more than willing to play 3 up at a time and leave someone on the backboard in case they get a lucky touch, whether it's a lucky pass. Someone is in position constantly for V1 to make a play. In beast mode, even though he wraps it around, Calm's up next to Bad. Memory now has to come out of rotation, and Rapid has to fill through the corner. You're starting to force Shopify to stack on one side of the goal line, and that makes it so much easier to spread the defense out and wear them thin. V1 are more than happy just to take shot after shot if that means they can get demos, get boost, and put more pressure on the backboard where Shopify have to get a booming clear like this.
Rapid and Memory been together for so long.
Oh, wow.
So too now have Calm and Torment. As Torment dumps that to the corner. Beast mode is waiting. Beast mode, again, formerly with this Shopify Rebellion team. Parth is his replacement after he stepped away from the game in the fall. Had to know at some point their paths would cross in a big money situation, and it has here. Round 1 of the last North American Regional. The Mobile 1 Mountain Classic is a shot just blisters high and wide, and it'll be Torment looking for beast mode. He'll take over. Only Memory to beat, and the half flip at least put him in position, but Calm slams it home.
I mean, he just blows right by the last defender. Rapid didn't get the touch. You missed one, and it's a one-on-one with the safety. What can Memory really do when he's out of position? You're then falling back with the ball. So all the momentum is on V1's side, and you just try to roll it towards the goal line, have someone in position to clean it up. It's very, very simple for V1, and it's even easier when you have all the momentum on your side that you've built up for, 3 minutes in this game? This game, too, is massive for the series stability as a total, and V1 are currently having their way with it.
What's up, guys?
Yep. What do you got for us, F. Dot?
I want to jump in here real quick and talk about how Energy is doing. Right now, they're playing up against Randoms, one of those teams that we were talking about, lesser known. Well, the series is tied at 1-1.
Oh, my goodness.
And Game 3 is halfway done, and Randoms are up 3-1. So, I'm just saying, the General Energy not as clean as some of the other top teams right now.
Two-Piece, Chronic, and Knight. They're playing over on Fear's stream, I believe, as they take on the General NRG. And again, we talk about players trying to make a name for themselves.
Yeah.
Who better to make a name for yourself than against NRG? And imagine if they drop this. All of a sudden, this matchup right here between V1 and Rebellion takes on a lot more meaning. Maybe the first step to going 3-0. Even 2-1, and at least getting a tiebreaker match. Rapid will bounce one in, and finally a meaningful goal for Rebellion.
Now, it's amazing what happens when someone just holds their position downfield. Memory, the self-serve to Rapid. I mean, you need these types of plays to get yourself back in the game, and it's very just cleanly done. We're not looking for anything extreme. We're not looking for overexerting yourself on these goals, trying to hit a triple reset towards the backboard. Just get yourself in a position to make a play. Finally, it looks like Shopify are in that spot, but now you have to hold on for 19 seconds. Can you send it to OT? Can you clutch up and take this one, or are V1 going to go right down the field and score yet again?
There had to have been a bump here because the front of the net was wide open. I think Parth got chased out of the net, and Calm just scores the easy open net. And version 1 about to break Rebellion's hearts. 14 seconds to go. And a favorable kickoff for V1 as they try to burn the final few seconds away. Parth for Memory, not strong enough. Rapids up, but Beast Mode beat him to the punch. No time on the clock. Parth, the rookie's got a catch here. Oh, can he get up and score? No, he had a late read. Beast Mode has all the cards, and he'll score to put it away.
Well, unfortunately, to break someone's heart, they had to have some substance there worth breaking. I don't think there was anything for Shopify in these first two games that really spelled a road to victory in this matchup. They have been beaten on the defensive end, the offensive end. When it came to rotations, when it came to boost management, when it came to clean wins, clean 50s, clean touches, finding players downfield, all of that nitty-gritty stuff. Version 1 are just running away with this stuff. They are cleaning house. Shopify have to reset, and that icing on the cake after that second goal. Version 1 going into game number 3 with everything in their corner. Stacks. The stats don't do it all. This series has not been close. It's been a wipe.
That game felt a lot closer than it had been, though, in this series. You know, Rebellion did at least apply some pressure on the blue half of the field. We could see signs of life, but there is still that just kind of chuck the ball downfield, hope somebody can get to it. That dump and chase strategy, sure, it works in hockey. It works if you have the speed to make that work. But Rebellion just seems like they're playing a little bit slower than version 1. The reflexes, especially out of beast mode, have been awesome.
I'm very distracted. Version 1 is killing it, and that's awesome, and I'm very glad you guys are breaking it down. We are 12 seconds away from a Brazil, though. It is 6-1 randoms versus Energy.
No. That does not happen to NRG.
But it's day one of a regional. I mean, it kind of does.
I mean, yes, NRG is always good for having one match where they just lay an egg against a team that, like, let's face it, on paper, they should dominate.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, you know, when you've already made the major, I guess you can take it a little easier, but wow.
I mean, like, that's the thing is chat was saying, like, this is what Energy does. Is that going to trickle in? Okay, good.
It's the F-dot
This is
effect.
what Energy does, but 6-1? That's crazy. I don't know. I'm going to let you guys do this. I'm going to be keeping my eyes over there.
Yeah, that doesn't happen against the elite, the best of the best. in NA or the world, let alone it's a team like Randoms. But hey, make a name for yourself. Imagine if Randoms can play spoiler to either version 1 or Shopify Rebellion here. These two teams each have to go through that team as well. Shaping up to be an exciting final weekend in North America as the race for the major in LA heats up.
Well, if Randoms Brazil NRG, first touch is going to be unbearable. Is NRG the best? Well, how do you give up 7 goals? It's going to be absolutely terrible. Oh, man.
6-1 is just as bad, I'm just saying.
Oh, yeah. No, I can hear it now.
Daz will be disconsolate. Tom just pops this in the air. Didn't really have much of a play. Torment waiting in behind him. He'll go up and challenge Parth. And nobody will take charge here. Memory did not opt to go in the air. He'll instead kind of play some shadow defense and try to bring this across. He couldn't.
Ooh.
Calm shot in off of Parth as Calm finds the angle.
That might be one of the cleanest angles we've had in this series so far, but sometimes it's just routine. Speaking of routines, FDOT, what do you have for us?
Well, we've got some of the some finals locked in here. G2 sweeps out Charlotte Phoenix, so that gets them their first win of the evening. And Space Station Gaming also sweeps out my homies over at Torrent, and so that's locked in for the first one. As far as the other matches, we're obviously watching version 1 do the thing against Shopify Rebellion. Energy is down 2-1, like I said, against Randoms, and FaZe Clan up 2-0 against All Mid. Envy and Rogue tied up.
Rogue's another team. We haven't talked about Rogue a whole lot, Spaceman.
I don't want to talk about
mostly for your own well-being, but
oh, yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
That's a team that is very much in contention. Envy has kind of a long shot. Rapid will score here, though, as Rebellion tries to march back against V1.
I mean, watch that carry from Rapid and Memory, who basically steals it away from his teammate, but actually puts him in a better position to clean up the goal. Nicely done from Shopify. I will absolutely tip the cap to them for being able to extend that drive longer than it probably should have gone. And now we have ourselves a tie game with more than 15 seconds to go, Stacks. This one could get interesting.
Memory playing one across that Calm intercepts. He's got the full canister of boost. This falls right into Torment's lap, and if not for the efforts of Memory, Torment was going to have an easy slot in here. Now Calm all the way back. He's also got full boost, but he's got to go in front of his own goal as Rapid chased him out of the corner. And now Torment is trying to bring Calm in beast mode downfield, a very ambitious play that Calm couldn't catch up with.
What's the decision making now that you have a tie game, plenty of time if you're Shopify? You try to get more aggressive, you play 2 up at a time, which is basically a break from form for the start of this series. Your defense has been okay in these weird stretches where version 1 are putting a lot of resources and pressure on those lower posts. They're trying to force an awkward pinch that bounces out in their favor.
Oh.
Great job by Parth to block. I can't get back in time. V1 relentless as ever. 2 minutes exactly, and they got a 2-1 lead.
I thought this shot was going right through. Rapid guessed right, but then nobody else could get there. And version 1 back in front every time. Rebellion seems to have some kind of momentum. They get stopped in their tracks, and now they've only got 2 minutes to get another response to V1. And this is picked off by Torment. Beast mode all the time in the world. And all he could do is play the back, hoping maybe Torment would get there. He did not, nor did Calm. They're waiting at the back, trying to get boost. Beast mode will play this out indirect towards Calm, and maybe Memory can turn on this as Torment didn't come up. Well, after all of that, even though things looked a little hairy for version 1 at the back, here they are on the orange half of the field, applying even more pressure against Rebellion.
Yeah, with no boost, that was a tough read for Memory. He basically did the right thing, which was basically dump it out, get back on rotation. And now Rapid, trying to do what Turbo did a couple of weeks ago. Can't quite get it through, though. Parth, gonna cut it down. This is where Shopify really need to step up on offense, right? Keep the possession, maintain that pressure. Even if this doesn't go in, even if you don't get the cleanest recovery, put version 1 on the back burner. Do not allow them to escape downfield uncontested and get demos and man advantage.
I mean, I love what Rebellion's doing. They're generating some rebound opportunities. That works against just about anybody. But right now, version 1 working overtime to limit those second, third chance opportunities and not let Shopify Rebellion get that fourth shot. Keep that sustained pressure on their half of the field. Memory gonna have a tough time chasing this one down as Torment played it right out in front, and then they throw it right up to the backboard, and Torment just waits there. I think if you're Rapid, that shot has to be on target to force Torment off the backboard and force version 1 to kind of change their shape. Right now, they have all the cards down to 12 seconds left. Rapid has Memory to his left, Parth to his right, and he just tried to barrel right down the middle, and the hero ball does not work out. Shopify Rebellion down to their last life, and version 1 extinguishes it. It's a 3-0 sweep to kick things off in Group A.
Yeah, man, it was definitely closer in the end, and you can only, give credit to Rebellion for slowly making improvements. But even with that series, that version 1 didn't look like they had to work any harder than usual to get that one finished up. They handled their business on the offensive side of the ball. They got each other extra touches. They won the second touch. They won the offensive rebounds. They found ways to get Torment and Beast Mode involved. But for Rebellion, I mean, you're lucky this is group stage. That was not a good series from Rebellion. They have a lot they need to figure out, a lot they need to fix. Don't know if it's communication. Don't know if it's just being in the same rhythm with their teammates today. Don't know if it's a practice problem. But that was one of the poorer performances from this group of 3, and certainly one that will not get you anywhere close to tomorrow. So they have to turn it around.
I got to agree there. However, I really, and I'm not just doing this to placate my own prediction. I'm dropping this in all earnest.
Oh, sure.
I think that was a fluke. I think that was just like, that doesn't strike me as the way that team plays. However, this is what I want to bring y'all's attention to.
Oh my
Randoms
goodness.
are up 2-1. We're tied 1-1. It is match point for the Randoms. What a great name. Against the #1 team in North America. And they're in OT.
This is the esports dream. This is like the open bracket at the end of a Friday where that random team takes down the top dog, and that's why it's amazing. So you never know what team could show up in what day, FDOT.
It really is. Hey, I'm going to give you guys a break. Great casters on the Energy stream. Never mind. Chronic secures it, and Energy falls down to the Randoms. What a performance there. Folks, if you're new to the RLCS, that's crazy. That's just crazy.
Maybe it's the fear effect. These guys get on Fear's stream and they just pop off. Randoms take down NRG. That is insane.
I can hear teammates. I can hear
it. It really is. And the thing here is we're not dunking on Randoms. 2-piece, Chronic, and Knight. These guys do have superlatives. Check out their resume. Absolutely. But it's the general NRG. Like I said, they're your points leaders in North America. And chat will tell you, ask any Rocket League fan.
Ooh.
Energy kind of starts slow. They do this sort of thing, but they bring it home. The fact that they didn't bring it home here, Stacks, that's the crazy part.
Yeah, look, it's one thing to start slow, but the only other times they'd given up 5 goals in a game, and thank you, D-Rec, for this info, was against G2 and FaZe. 5 other times. This happened against Randoms. They gave up 6.
If we're gonna keep the conversation of Shopify had a bad series, then we have to say that NRG also just had a bad series. It's day one. Come on,
beyond having a bad series.
It's day one. We know NRG have already secured their spot in the major. We know that at any given moment, it takes one mid-game conversation from Garrett to turn the team around. Is it a bad loss? Sure, but it's also one loss in the start of a Friday of an event. I don't see how this is now the trend for this weekend for NRG. I don't see them just losing here on out.
Well, I was gonna say they can still go 2-1, beat V1 and Rebellion. If Rebellion plays like they did against version 1, then chalk that one up for NRG. And then we'll see what they do against version 1, a V1 team that really needs to get into the upper bracket. So that sense of urgency is going to be there. But, that's not a good start at all. Rogue, by the way, another team, as we can see, that is definitely in contention. So too is Envy. And here we go. I can see Spaceman covering his eyes now, just please, dear Lord above, do not let this happen. But guess what? Spaceman, it's happening.
Yeah, if there's time on the clock and there's a chance, it's always happening. All right, Rogue is Rogue 99 times out of 100.
They were up I think this was a 4-1 game.
Yes, it was a 4-1 game, and they find ways to not hold the lead.
Oh man, we got the last minute of Rogue and Envy game number 4 coming at you. We're going to listen in with them. Let's see what they've got.
Roko, who sends it out to the side wall where Aqua is waiting. And Turbo is actually going to slot in the rebound and tie things up for Envy. Ladies and gentlemen, disaster has struck. This is not good. This is not good. This is where that competitive mentality is tested. It is very frustrating handing away a 3-point lead. But you have to be able to hold on, and oh my goodness. This is not what we wanted. Drees, a nice flip reset pass, and Turbo. Just a good strike. Envy have mounted an impressive comeback. We've got 12 seconds left. Gyro gets the reset. Wait! Gyro! Gyro ties things up. We are not done just yet. Oh my goodness. Woo-hoo! So, I mentioned it before. We gotta have that mental tenacity. We gotta have the mental toughness. And Gyro showing that he has it. He doesn't care that we may have tossed a little bit of a lead. It's not over until it's over. Turbo to the backboard, the double touch attempt. Blocked by Aqua. Sent it to the ground. OT, here we go. Turbo with control. Air dribble into the road corner. Aqua does sweep it into safety, but gets demoed on the challenge. Gyro with a nice touch on the backboard can clear the ball to midfield, but sent straight back to the Rogue defensive backboard. Oh my word, this is such a tight game, such a tight scenario. Drees, the clear. Both teams looking a little bit discombobulated at the moment. Envy pressed up. Is this going straight in? It's just off target. Drees up into the air, looking for the dribble. Over Gyro. Aqua gets a nice block. That's 2 defenders. Taroko. Turbo's the only one left. Taroko around him. Drees caught into action. Sends it away. Gyro has a free touch. Up into the air. Taroko looking for the bump ahead of the play. Drees does well to avoid. Mist has control in his own corner. Taroko. One challenge. And Aqua with a miss. Gyro has to step up.
Rogue and Envy still doing their thing here, but I want to bring up one more game as Turbo locks it in there for Envy. On the other side, you've got game 5 here of Susquehanna going up against Oxygen. But guys, I think we got to talk about that Envy one. How quickly Rogue falls.
Turbo Pulsa single-handedly just buried Rogue. Stuck him in the mud.
Yep.
He must have had 4 goals.
I got to check those stats for sure, but we're in OT here, scoreless for Susquehanna versus Oxygen. And honestly, this matchup has been really fun to watch out of the corner of my eye. A lot of action here. Not in game 5, but I'm here for that. You guys want to drill in and listen to these? Let's go to the cast.
Yeah. Let's listen here. I can't believe this is going to 5.
In the middle, Gimmick's there. Trying to make the play happen right in front of the net. Now ZPS towards the net, just gonna go high. Gimmick is able to get that away. So it looks like chances for either side.
Oh, big miss.
T-Crawl missing. Andy just trying to put it anywhere.
Oh no.
Gets to ZPS again towards the other end.
Oh.
And ZPS gets it.
Just another again. Sonics, when they pass it, when they exit their zone, they're catching Oxygen.
Yeesh. You, how you feeling about that one, Stacks?
Wow. I mean, so you've got Rebellion in contention. They drop. Rogue very much in contention. They drop one. Version 1. And then you have Oxygen leading the pack for that 5th spot in the major. They drop round 1. Version 1 fans got to be doing cartwheels right now, as they're the only team of those that were really in contention that gets a dub in round 1.
Crazy stuff, man. Spaceman, I know you might still be stuck on that Rogue game.
No idea what you're talking about. No clue.
I think Turbo just scored again.
Honestly, he probably did. Like when you guys were still in there, I watched Turbo score number 2, and then we came in and he scored number 3. We left for a little bit. Man, what an incredible! I don't think you can ever count out a Turbo team.
No, definitely not. For whatever reason, people think that he's on the decline and on his way out, and then he finds ways. Sure, against Rogue, but he finds ways to remind you just who he is.
What's that?
What are you trying to say, Stacks?
I'm
what are you
just
trying to
saying,
say?
You know, some teams seem to have this thing happen
Are you
to them
saying he's
more
the
than
most
others.
mechanical player in North America, Stacks? Is that what you're saying?
All right. I'm gonna let you guys argue off screen. We're gonna take a brief break. The RLCS Mobile 1 Mountain Classic will return right after this.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip your driver.
Welcome back, friends. It's the RLCS Mobil 1 Mountain Classic here on the Rocket League channel. I'm your host, F. Dot, joined here by two of my friends, and hopefully yours as well, Spaceman Spiff and Stacks. Well, he's spiffy as well. So we've got some fun stuff going on, some surprises in round one. Let's show you the groups with no further ado. This is the way the North American scene looks at the moment. Friends, Energy losing to randoms. That is absolutely the takeaway here, but there's some other interesting takes around the scene here. Spaceman, why don't you start us off with what catches your eye first?
Well, I mean, easily you go down to Group C and you see that Oxygen's an 0-1. I mean, that is a very tough first round loss to Sonics. Certainly a matchup that maybe many expected, us probably included, that Oxygen probably should have won. Going to game 5 was weird enough, but this is a weekend that they cannot afford to go 0-3, and they already lose to Sonics. That's a tough one, man.
Real tough. That one, absolutely. You got to keep the big picture in mind. Earlier, we went over the point totals with that Los Angeles major looming in the future. So definitely got to keep in mind who wants to make it to the YouTube theater and actually play up on that stage. But Stacks over here, again, like just a number of cool stuff. Complexity. I'm happy to see them get it done.
Yeah, Complexity off to a great start. I mean, look, no disrespect intended for XZ and Torrent, who have earned their spot here. That is a 2-horse race in Group D, and I think Space Station Complexity go head-to-head in round 3, as do, say, G2 and Oxygen, which is going to be a fun match to follow as well. There are a lot of interesting matchups that have taken on a whole new meaning that we'll see throughout the day based on those round 1 results and those upsets. Rogue falling to Envy, or rather Rogue falling to Turbo Pulsa in game 4. I mean, they had to come out and play the day of their lives, and this is not the start they needed if they want to try and contend for a spot at the major.
Last point about round 1 before we shift gears here. And again, shout outs to our resident stat homie Direct. The last time Energy lost to a team in RLCS outside of like the top 10 in points was Ghost in Winter Regional 1 RLCSX. That's over a year ago, man. Like,
wow,
crazy stuff. I don't want to keep hammering on this because I think Energy is going to be able to pick it up. So let's change gears, but absolutely something to take home. And listen, if you're randoms or one of their friends, this is a win. You are happy as a pig in the mud, man. That is absolutely the cool stuff. You take that home and you put it on your reel. Next up, they're going to have to deal with Rebellion. So we'll see how this one bangs out. Version 1 goes and clashes with randoms here. Complexity up against Torrent. Stacks, I think you really broke that one down pretty well here. FaZe Clan and Rogue. Spaceman, I'm not going to you just because of the Rogue. I'm going to you because I think this is a close matchup, realistically.
Oh, no, it is, again, in the caveat of you're getting FaZe early on. And if there's any team that knows FaZe, knows First Killer, it is a team that has Taroko and Gyro for a little bit. So I think that Rogue have an opportunity here, sure, but you are also going against a FaZe Clan roster that can play individually and do whatever they want. They could say, screw the team game, we're just going to take the ball away and do what we want and freestyle our way to a win, and they could probably do it.
Well, this is what we're looking at here. Rogue and FaZe Clan, they're going to be the squads that we've got on the main stream, and the stats speak a lot. FaZe Clan is undoubtedly the top card here. Rogue, like I said, that's why I led into that, because Rogue does have some peeks into the playbook, so to speak, with respects to FaZe Clan. Now that we've said that, Stacks, how much does that matter?
I mean, the numbers do matter because they're a sign of that consistency that we've seen out of FaZe. And I mean, on paper, yes, this does look about as one-sided as those numbers would tell the story of. But you have to remember, there is a human element to all of this. Rogue still has some life. They have to play out of their minds to step up against FaZe Clan. But you've got a player like Aqua who's been brought in to make a difference on this Rogue side. Gyro, it's his former team. You've got Taroko, who, look, going back to the rival series, I've seen Taroko come out with dubs in spots where I thought it would be absolutely impossible. You are never out of it as long as you've got him on the pitch on your side. So Rogue, yes, absolutely needs it. But man, they're up against one here.
Yeah, I remember those crazy games with, what was it, Mektos with Taroko? Like,
Mektos, like Taroko,
Yeah, like, you're just sitting there like, y'all want that? And they do have that potential. I always go to my man, Gabe. Corrupted G, I think, is a big deal having him there as the coach. And when you have the Aqua sliding in here, this is the big deal, is that FaZe Clan has been absolutely killing it lately, but Rogue are a team that these are established players. These are guys that have done it, and these are guys that absolutely can punch above their weight, and by no means am I counting them out. I don't think this is going to be a 3-0 in any stretch of the imagination. I can see it going 4 and FaZe maybe taking it, but I'm going to ask you guys out there in chat, the Verizon fan vote coming at you live right now. Hashtag RGE if you think Rogue are going to be able to take it. And nice and easy, hashtag FaZe if you're phasing up. And so at the end of the day, I expect this fan vote to be heavily lopsided on FaZe. But one of the cool things about fan votes is that the vote might be lopsided, but that doesn't indicate how close the matchup's going to be. And so while we wait for our Verizon fan vote to come on through, Stacks, I want you to give me your prediction. And I also, in addition, want to know how close you think it's going to be.
Look, I love Gyro. I love Taroko.
Oh, I'll handle Rogue. You can say what you want, bro.
But I got FaZe 3-0.
Say what you want,
I don't think any game is going to be within a goal. I think everything is 2+.
Am I trying too hard here? Am I trying too hard to build this up?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you are.
Yeah.
You know, if Rogue didn't have the kind of loss they had against Envy like 10 minutes ago,
it was classic Rogue.
It
was really that didn't break the team. That was classic Rogue.
They found another creative way to lose. And
can I just shout out our friend Hootie who's doing the call on that? We go into the listen in and just like Turbo scores, and all you hear is, "This is not good," and 30 seconds of silence.
Well.
Just 30 seconds of silence, like, oh no. So I think that might be the big point for me. You could lock in FaZe Clan down beneath me. I do think that Rogue are able to maybe scratch the surface, maybe get a game here. But I think, Stacks, that last point that you brought up, their last, they dropped the ball really hard. They might still be feeling it. Spaceman, you're up to bat.
I've been a Rogue fan since 1954, but I've had enough, man. They employ finished players like Taroko and Gyro, but I am now supporting FaZe, a big club, okay? Time to win some trophies. I'm on all seriousness. Rogue have been a very, very disappointing squad for me, watching them week in, week out. The biggest question mark that I've continued to hit on is Gyro. Gyro needs to play better. He is a player that gets in his own head too much, and I think Gyro is the key to this team. The problem is that he's been way too inconsistent, and this is a weekend where I look at this and say, if Gyro doesn't have a good weekend, we need to talk about a roster change. And I'm going to say it because he has not stepped up to the plate. Taroko and Aqua have tried their best, but Rogue, in total, have not been a good team as of late. They have struggled on defense. Their offense has not been there. Their rotations don't exist. Rogue has not been a good Rocket League team. Going into this series, they have to play spoiler. They have to play a billion times better than they've played before. But everything I've seen from them for months on end, this team just can't figure it out. So I'm taking clearly I'm taking fans. But
wait, I need to see these fans. Okay, 27. Listen, I am not a computer, but did you see me like clearly not paying attention to Spaceman and looking at something else?
No one.
The entire chat was #FaZe. I counted. I thought I saw 3 people put Rogue in chat. So insane. I think the game is ready. Our players have been making their way to the field. We're going to jump into the game. Stacks and Spaceman still going to cast it for you. I'll be hanging out. So I'll toss you guys some updates, but let's jump into the match.
As must win as it gets for Rogue here, Spaceman, because this is do or die, not just for the team, but for all of these players probably staying together.
Oh, absolutely. And here we are. We're gonna be looking at a series. It's gonna have to start like this, right? Like for FaZe, they have all the weapons necessary in the toolbox to completely dismantle anyone in North America. But for Rogue, the question mark going in is really twofold. Number one, a team that usually plays down to the competition, can they at least punch above their weight? We're not asking you to knock out FaZe. Can you consistently land shots against this Titan in North America? But also, can you play succinct? Can you play clean? Because Rogue, one of those teams that never has clean touches on the ball. They always look like they're going the wrong way. They never are able to get everything on the same page, and that has to come through Gyro. Gyro needs to have a clean series and a confident series at that.
I need to interrupt you guys. Typical's in the Ghostbusters car.
Yep.
Yep, and look what he just did.
And then he scores
Look
this.
what he just did.
There's just nothing that says, I don't care about you any more than Typical just dunking on them like that.
I ain't afraid of no Rogue.
Wow.
That was good. Come on, man.
Wow.
All right, you guys get back to it.
Can we get Jorby in here to replace F-Dot? Like,
I'm thinking about all of the flashbacks that I have now of how these series starts, but with this, you know what you're going to get from FaZe. No one going into this series should be surprised about the offense that FaZe has. It's going to have to come through infield passing. It's going to have to be clinical on the Rogue side of the ball. For FaZe, I mean, you could play 1v3 downfield consistently, and you're probably going to have an okay day. However, Stacks, you talk about Rogue having an opportunity to potentially, whether it's a run that has implications on the major or in general, what exactly does Rogue need to do this weekend to keep this team of 3 alive?
I mean, qualifying for the major is going to be almost out of the question unless they find a way to get into the upper bracket and outperform the world. At this point, you've got to show some signs of growth, and those opportunities are going to be limited. After this, they play all mid in a match that, you know, if this continues throughout the series, you're looking at needing that to avoid going 0-3 and going into the lower bracket. By the way, D-Rec giving us this is my favorite stat that we've had, I think, of the entire split. This is only the second game in the entirety of the RLCS that the Ecto-1 has been used. Fantastic stuff. Taroko couldn't get the shot there past Typical, but yeah, Rogue's got to show some signs of growth, and it's going to be real tough to do that against a team like FaZe because everybody's going to look bad against FaZe at some point, even the best teams in the world. So, you know, if FaZe comes out and they just dance all over Rogue and, you know, they win every game by 3 or 4 goals, okay, cool, that's par for the course. What do they do with their backs against the wall later on in the day?
You got to take it one game at a time. Almost one possession at this point. Great 50. Gyro. Maybe leave that one on target and try to circle back for boost instead. First killer will escape, and AJ will have possession. First killer ready and waiting in case that one landed, and Taroko gets bumped. And unfortunately, for kind of this amalgamation of Rogue so far, Taroko doesn't get enough credit for how good of a striker he really is in North America, and it really just comes down to results sometimes. But it seems like the pieces are certainly there. Whether or not polishes is the question, but no bumps in the net. Taroko going to kill it towards the sidewall. And now we look at one of the young rookies, is Aqua, who had been one of the talking points when Daniel and Aqua made their debuts, but it's really, again, been a victim of circumstance. What can he do in this matchup?
And there was some consideration as to whether or not Daniel and Aqua would somehow end up on the same team, and how just a crazy mechanical bunch that would have been. Typical launches one on, and AJ's got the play out to the side. Couldn't get that any closer to the Rogue net, but they really don't need to. FaZe has had the upper hand here. Yeah, all eyes really going to be on Aqua as we continue through this Mobile One Mountain Classic, because the more they play, the more Aqua gets his time under the spotlight. You know, the better things look for him if roster moves are on the horizon. There's nobody home here. First killer scores 3-0. Sing another verse just like the other verse.
I mean, this is not really a Rogue mistake. I mean, other than the missed hit, you're going to have to play 3-man up. You're down 2 goals. You got a minute to go. You're playing against FaZe. You can't afford to play a 2-1 split. So good call by Rogue. But again, when we talk about clean touches, that is one of those instances where the Rogue defense has not been the best this season. They have very much struggled to cleanly keep the ball away from opponents, to cleanly find one another, and to consistently get power behind their touches. It's one of those small aspects that often gets overlooked, but it means that things break down quickly on the defensive end. AJ's going to 1v3. First killer and Typical are fighting over the same boost. It doesn't even really seem like FaZe are trying too much at this point. For Rogue, just have to establish some kind of offense, some rhythm, whether it's a goal or two.
AJ deflects this ball out of harm's way. First killer just dances around in the corner. No contest. Is Typical now will try to drop that back for AJ. And that's a good win by Taroko with 15 seconds left. We'll see if Rogue can at least get one on the board to get the flip reset out of Gyro, and First Killer stuffs that effort. Aqua can't get to this in time. AJ's got an easy clear. And then this goes downfield, and the only question is, does FaZe want to score? Yes, they do, and they do, in fact, score.
Yeah, this is one of those series that really could threat to be a 3-0, and a very quick one. I mean, it's so clinical from FaZe. They're so fast on their rotation, and the infield passing. I mean, what do you do when you're Gyro? Like, Taroko falls off the play. I mean, he went up for a challenge, couldn't get it. Gyro's the only one back. He's playing a 1v3 against FaZe. That's like saying you're playing a 1v3 against Prime SSG when they're passing on the infield. It's so difficult. FaZe Clean are clearly a well-polished machine. Rogue were able to punch a little bit in that game, but 4 saves for Gyro, 2 shots, 3 shots for Taroko. Aqua, who's kind of been the crux of the offense so far for the new roster change, just wasn't able to get going. It was clinical in that game 1.
Look, Rogue was able to throw some shots, but really it did look like Mayweather versus Paul out there. It's just like you never really felt like any of those punches were going to land and have any meaningful effect.
Sure.
As FaZe Clan, they took 16 shots to the 6 from Rogue. And, well, 4-0. I mean, Rogue is not, it's bad enough that you have to play against FaZe Clan when they're playing like this. But when you have all the pressure on your shoulders that you need to succeed, boy, that's a
4-to-1 ratio. That's insane.
It's crazy to come into this. It's fire and brimstone, dogs and cats living together, mass hysteria. But I mean, like, looking at how FaZe Clan are extra juiced up. Snoop Dogg was wearing the FaZe chain at the big game recently. Like, he had the FaZe Clan chain on. That gives you extra power, right? And so FaZe have to win this one for Snoop. I think they're absolutely doing it. But coming back to reality here, I mean, this is, listen, I've got faith in this Rogue squad. I don't think that they're something to leave on the side of the road, but I said it at the top of the show, and I'm going to say it as we continue. FaZe Clan is maybe not the number one the most exciting team for my money, and it's performances like this, guys, that do it for me. It's edge of your seat stuff every time FaZe Clan takes the pitch.
AJ, quick lift for this ball. That Taroko, I mean, launched that into the corner. AJ still caught up with it. Typical is going to try and throw this downfield, but only for himself as AJ was waiting for the midfield boost. And now first killer, but they somehow did not collide there. Teamwork's on point out of FaZe Clan. We do have other results, of course, coming in. I actually think Envy dropped game 1 to All Mid, who is not going to go down as a footnote here.
No.
In this particular group. So again, everybody has come to play, whether it's group A, B, C, or D. AJ shot a little bit high. Typical dumps that out to the corner. That was never a shot. It's just for more possession. And you see Rogue jumbled up on their own back line, forced to wait even longer before they can break out.
And we will pause for a moment to make sure everybody's okay. Every qualifier stacks. The teams coming in from those close qualifiers, making those deep runs, they're getting better and better. Like, Allman is a perfect example. Yes, they played Rogue, and that is where I saw the majority of their gameplay. But what we are seeing is clean Rocket League from a lot of these young teams. So that does carry when you have to start playing and punching above your weight in a lot of these group stages. And I've been very impressed with the talent in North America that has started to rise to the top, especially with some of these regionals kicking into high gear.
We're just gonna stare each other down.
You look like you were trying to think of something to come up with. I know you've got some updates for us as well, of course, throughout all of round 2 here.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing is that, you know, I've been looking at these games and I've been watching them, and honestly, round 1 had us really jumping out of our seats here. In this round, you know, we've got some of the interesting, I guess. Susquehanna, it beats Oxygen last time around, and now Susquehanna, is getting beat themselves, and Oxygen is doing the winning against Charlotte Phoenix. Shout out to Karma and Axel Toss over on the Oxygen stream. And so, looking at the way that these games have been developing, we're still right in the middle of it all. I'm glad to get back into this game, and AJ right in the middle of this one, 1-0 to FaZe Clan.
Yeah, this is the Mobile One high performance replay from game 1, and it is really just a FaZe Clan highlight reel from that opening game. And you know, this goal right here with a minute to go after the breakaway, you know, Rogue had tried to hold their ground.
Yeah.
They tried to get some momentum going. Of course, they had to chase the game a little bit. They get caught with the gate open behind them, and FaZe Clan puts that game away. And you know, it has set the tone for the rest of this series. They have not been scored on in this second game, as we are getting a new lobby up for these guys, and we'll resume from, I believe it was about the 353 mark in game 2. But there hasn't been a whole lot to suggest that anything's going to change for Rogue. Maybe you get into the new lobby, maybe there's a placebo effect, Lord knows. A different car decal makes all the difference for some of these guys. So you never really know until you get onto the pitch, but FaZe has this series locked down so far.
I think it's easy to sit here and be like, yeah, FaZe good, Rogue bad. They're going to win 3-0, see you later. But like,
that's what I said in the pre-show. Wow.
Yeah, but you
wow.
Like, let's play the game, all right?
Sure.
How does Rogue win, Coach Spaceman?
How do they win? It's a 12-step process, and it's a long class. So number one, you have to get clean touches, and I've said that like a billion times, but it's true. Like if you're falling back with the ball on defense and you're rotating to try to save it away, you're the last person back. You have to be able to clear the ball away effectively. You have to be able to get it to the corner. You have to give your teammates a chance to recover nicely and be able to get the ball back to midfield. Number 2, more infield passing and trust one another in communication, because so often Rogue will double commit or triple commit on the same side of the field. They'll be literally driving the same side, triple stacking the left corner upfield, and you're wondering, well, all it takes is one clear, one bad 50, and you've lost the back end. You've lost the ability to rotate. So if you're triple stacking and you don't have the best 1v1 game, what are you doing? You have to be willing to trust your teammates to make the play when they have possession, but more importantly, get cleaner looks to one another off the backboard. Don't just be so set on driving up into the goal line. Use the backboard, use the corners, use the boost. Rogue's boost game, we can have a whole discussion on Rogue's boost game, but if you're going to burn that much boost, trust your teammates to play a little bit more individually, because often you'll see Taroko coming up with the ball, you'll see Aqua running point, and then someone like Gyro or Taroko will jump in and try to cut it away. And it's like, oh, let's go for a team pinch. There was no need. Why did we do this? this. It doesn't make any sense.
Well,
There are
we
so
got
many
10
small
more
things
steps
that
to
just
go here, and
that
he's
don't
just
make any
going.
sense. It's like all these small little micro decisions that if Rogue just stopped doing, it would make their jobs easier. And that's the problem. They create so many obstacles that didn't need to exist. And that's
So real talk here. It straight up sounds like this could largely be a mental thing, because we've seen Rogue
100%.
do all of those things you said, but just one at a time, right? How does the team, like, what do you say to the guys right now in this? It's not a tea timeout, it's the new lobby, whatever. You got a break now.
Hey, it works.
What are you telling the guys?
I'm telling
you go first.
Okay, I'm telling us to have an offensive game plan other than whoever has possession is going to take a shot. Like, if we want Gyro to run the offense, let him run the offense. If we want Aqua, then fill in the other sides of the field. Not everybody needs to be the first option, and that's the problem. Is everybody wants to be the first option, but I mean, you just got to play Rocket League, dude. Stop overthinking.
And you know what? That I want to take that and I want to bottle that, because that can seem really like I'm not doing my. Just play Rocket League is such an important thing when you get to the top level, because you've spent 40 hours of every week plus grinding Rocket League, overthinking, doing. When you get in, it's got to be instinct. You got to be able to play with your team and do it. And honestly, watching FaZe do their thing is absolutely a lot of fun. Players taking the field right about now. We should be getting into game in a matter of moments. The guys have requested a new lobby, and so that's what we're going to get things going for them. FaZe Clan on top, looking pretty clean. If we take a gander around the league real quick, let's go ahead and F5 on that. Randoms have been swept. They are not ready, just like Spaceman. And so the randoms got swept by version 1. However, the general energy up 2-1. We'll see if they're able to take this one as well. So that's all well and good. All mid, though. They got swept by FaZe, but they're up a game on Envy. It's 2-1 all mid. So another interesting series there, for sure. Spaceman, we need you to ready up, boys. And we'll get back into game.
We're trying to get Spaceman into the new lobby.
The game just ain't. Something might be going on. I'm gonna try to do some.
That's because you're in the old lobby, Spaceman.
Oh,
why are we coming to my net?
You're so behind the times. You're so far in the past. You're going back to when Rogue had a lead over Envy. You're like, things are going so well. We're gonna come back in this series. I love Rogue, and then, history has passed you by. It's fine. It happens.
Yeah.
But, now we're getting into the remainder of Game 2 on Forbidden Temple. Everybody seems to be ready to go. Spaceman's on his way in. And
last bit.
maybe on his way in. I think he took a left turn at DF8 Stadium. But no, seriously, though, for Rogue, if I'm Corrupted G, first of all, he's forgotten more about Rocket League than I'll ever know. So take that with a grain of salt. But, I'm telling the guys, hey, it's only one game. It's 0-0 in game 2. It's got to start now. You've got time. It doesn't have to be immediate. But yes, you do have to get the ball rolling sooner rather than later. We are underway now, resuming game 2. No score with just under 4 minutes to go. And Sipical, looking for first killer, and I think he had the read that maybe Taroko had that ball in the air, so he turned off. It's a break for Rogue. Aqua's run out of boost, though, and first killer can get back for this.
Then we start the discussion of how big are breaks in a series like this, where I feel like Stacks, with it being game 1, and we're basically jumping into the start of a brand new 5-minute stretch, this probably won't affect either team too much. I mean, maybe it slows down FaZe, but it really just gives Rogue more of a chance to talk to Gabe, talk through the comms, and try to work on a game plan.
Yeah, as F. said, no, it's not a tactical timeout, but at the end of a basketball game when they have to review the clock or, go to video for something else. What a save by Gyro, and that's kept out as well. Sure, it's not a timeout, but it's time that you get to talk things over with your team and your coaches and figure out, okay, how are we going to turn things around? What's the plan for the next 3 minutes? Rogue's got a plan, but boy, it almost got shot up in flames there with that shot barely saved away by Gyro.
And I'm almost looking for Rogue to play like a 2-minute style offense for the majority of a game because they need to establish that confidence when it comes to the offensive side of the ball. They're very hesitant. They're very lackluster with some of their touches, like we talked about ad nauseum. But if you can establish that rhythm as a team, it gets a little bit easier to find creativity offensively. Aqua with a nice save, pass back out. Taroko's there. And I love that quick little midfield press to keep yourself involved in the play, but also give yourself a chance to clear the ball away if you get a good save from Aqua, which you did.
AJ for Sipical, denied by Aqua. Realized he didn't have to block the initial effort, and then Taroko clears the way, and Rogues got their first goal and lead.
How did this one begin? I guess it was, again, Aqua just being in right place, right time. Taroko with a bit of a fake. Was worried Gyro might get the wrong touch, but that's one of those Rogue goals. I mean, you get the bump from Taroko, so that definitely clears house, but nice job by Gyro to not immediately touch that ball and trust Aqua on the pinch. I mean, that's a goal.
We saw a hero ball coming out from Rebellion earlier. Much more team-oriented effort out of Rogue. Nobody trying to take over unnecessarily. Aqua's up for this. And he'll have to get another touch as AJ is just waiting for him. This goes across. Sipical's there, and he blows one by Taroko.
You're going to have to meet the challenge, and certainly Rogue was there, but Aqua gives it right back to AJ, and Sipical flying across his own side of the field. I mean, there was really no way Taroko was going to save that ball. With so much room on the net to score, Sipical is so clinical up close. That offensive third has basically been FaZe's best friend in this series so far, and already they tie up the game.
Loose in front, and Aqua just gets in Sipical's way. This is pinched back towards the target, and AJ just waiting right there. It's almost like he saw it coming the whole way. Aqua got a piece of this ball as well, and Aqua's actually got quite a few deflections that have slowed down FaZe, even in game one. Sipical, though, over to first killer, and Aqua collects this as well. Aqua's instincts have been superb. And then this goes by. Taroko makes it 2-1.
This is the infield passing that this team needs to start bringing out more. Aqua, instead of bringing it right down in front of his feet, he gives it out to Taroko, who already was in position to at least put a shot on target. He does so, and look what happens. You immediately find a goal out of it. It's that counterattack that Rogue are very good at when they figure it out, but often they just seem to fall apart once you get the ball to the sidewall. Nicely done by Rogue to get the lead right back.
This effort from FaZe pinballed around for a moment. And now Sipical has first killer all the way downfield already. AJ, very tough angle, and first killer almost redirected that in. He'll sky one up for Sipical. And dangerously close. Aqua has to save that away. His third save in this game, and every single one of them has been crucial. Aqua couldn't get this down on target, but again, trying to slow down FaZe. Now it's Gyro's job, and he does stop first killer. But now Sipical. Aqua had an awkward moment there on the side wall of the goal and still recovered to clear it away.
Aqua went huge there. I mean, again, you keep this game at a 2-1 lead, but now the pressure really is on Rogue. 18 seconds is a lot of time, and we've seen them blow leads consistently. Can they hold on and tie up this series? FaZe pressing with 10 seconds to go. The touch from AJ almost rolls in. First killer can't win the 50. Escapes downfield. Gyro leaving off, but might have read it perfectly. Aqua can't kill it with 1 second. Still kept up. Sipical's downfield. Sipical gets a bump. Carried. Taroko cut. First killer there. Towards the net. Dropped. Rogue. Game 2 goes to them.
Wow. I mean, after that bounce with
I had a
0.0001 seconds on the clock, and that didn't end it, I thought, oh no. Like, Rogue went all in on just getting that one last touch to kill it, and now that it didn't end, FaZe was going to go downfield with numbers, and they had a real good look, but not good enough. Rogue gets a game out of this here, and maybe some signs that things are starting to turn around, but that was, make no mistake about it, MVP performance out of Aqua.
Yeah, it was huge. 5 saves, 4 shots. They funneled the offense through him in the entire game. That's what you got to do.
And he had about as much on the total game score, which I know isn't everything. He had about as many points as all 3 members of FaZe combined.
Yep.
So why they brought him in?
That's when score matters. It always matters when it's like a really high or if you got 72, you're not doing it right. But I wonder if somebody spoke to Sipical, because he did not bring the Ecto Cooler out this time around.
No, he did not.
So, interestingly enough, I think game 1 was more dominant than game 2. I'm just putting that out there. But round 2 catch up for you guys real quick. Before we get into game number 3, Complexity has swept out Torrent. G2 has swept out Susquehanna. We are in overtime, actually. Oh no, Space Station just takes it, so they are tied at 2. Space Station Gaming was down to XSET, so they're going on to game 5, and Energy beats SR, and version 1 sweeps randoms. All right, back to you.
Stacks, that's a big win for Complexity. I mean,
it is.
Torrent's a tough out. I mean, regardless of how they're playing, that's a big win.
Yeah, and for Complexity, you know, we're going to find out a lot about what this team is made up of now that they've had time to catch up to the rest of North America. You know, the reason they made it to the fall major was because they worked harder than anybody else. And, yeah, they didn't have that same kind of work ethic coming into this split, but they've had time to reach that level. And they are going to break somebody's heart, I have a feeling, in the bracket stage when they get there.
We talk about big weekends for Oxygen. I mean, this is also a big weekend for Complexity. So of all the times to turn things around, we will pause yet again. Of all the times to turn things around for a squad that had a very poor performance in the first 2 regionals, Complexity could come out with a fire this weekend and like you said, really cause some heartbreak. But I mean, in this series, in game 3, we talk about game 1s usually not meaning too much. Game 2 is you start to figure out the personality of both rosters. Game 3 is where momentum starts to swing. Looking at this, I mean, this is obviously a big one for the series, sure, but I think this is where specifically looking at like Gyro and Aqua, where they also need to have big games as well and continue that trend if Rogue want a chance to win this series.
Makes sense. I still think the ball's in FaZe's court. I think it's up to FaZe to lose this matchup. And you know what went wrong, I think, is the big question that you've got to ask yourself if you're FaZe, rather than what went right. And so, Stacks, that's the question I'm asking.
Well, for FaZe, they've got to overcome a little bit of a mental hurdle here, because these pauses are starting to wear on these guys just a little bit. You know, y'all can't see what we see, but you know, we have another pause with it looks like Gyro having some issues, and you know, starting to wonder like, okay, what's going on here? So, you know, First Killer's already pieced out. We'll get everybody back into a lobby at some point here to finish game 3, but this is about where we had the pause in game 2, and then Rogue came out. Business as usual. They scored with about 2 minutes left in that second game. You know, and if FaZe is thrown off of their game at all, then, you know, maybe things turn around for Rogue. It would be huge. It goes without saying, of course. If Rogue can get a win over FaZe in this group, that makes them live for still the top spot if they take care of business with all mid and maybe get some help.
Look at a little bit of the replays here from earlier on in the series. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Mobile One Mountain Classic here at the RLCS, our 3rd North American regional. A lot of fun watching all these teams battle it out over the past couple of, honestly, weeks, months, years. The RLCS has been in a great spot the past couple of years, but as we boil it down here, Energy up on top. They have a bad start to the day, but now I think they're all settling in. SSG, another one of our top teams, doing rather well, taking care of business in round number 1, now finding themselves in game 5 against XSET in round number 2. As far as our other top teams, FaZe Clan, we're literally watching them right now. And then we've got G2 on the other side, and they're just G2ing it, man. They 3-0'd Charlotte Phoenix. They 3-0'd Susquehanna. They got Oxygen in front of them here for round 3. I like Oxygen, but Oxygen are in game 5 against Charlotte Phoenix. So if we play transitive property, then things are looking all 3-0 for G2. So
do you remember when that trade went down with Atomic and Drees, and like G2 didn't look like world beaters at the start of the split, and everybody was like, oh no, we gotta blow it all up, you know, G2, how could they make such an awful decision? And then, you know, Atomic proved that he is Atomic. maybe that says something about G2 fans, that maybe they just need to like calm down and let something play out. But my goodness, G2 now looks like a legitimate contender to obviously not just make the major, which barring something catastrophic, they're going to.
Sure.
But maybe compete for one of the top spots, maybe win the whole darn thing.
Wow. Oh, yeah, definitely. Sorry, I got distracted real quick with the idea of Charlotte Phoenix on the reverse sweep for sure.
Oh, no.
If you're just joining us, we are in a brief pause here in the FaZe Rogue matchup. They're tied at 1. We're resetting the lobby. We're going to get back onto the pitch in a matter of moments here, but a lot of interesting things going on all around the league for sure. I've got my eyes on the Space Station Gaming matchup because I think XSET are an interesting squad. And Spaceman, you've got great kind of like I don't want to say takes because that's a lame like thing to say, but I want your 3 minute on XSET because I like the way you set these teams up.
Yeah, I mean, I've been for many months and moons. I've been a big fan of JPow and Hawkser on XSOT, and JPow has shown up and shine brightest in clutch situations. I think we all remember back when they were playing Envy. I want to say it was the Winter Regional 2 of last year when they were playing Envy, and JPow got his like a 0-second goal to beat Envy in Game 5. Like that was kind of the turning point for XSET, where all of a sudden we were taking XSET very seriously. And I think that this team is always in contention, but they never have been able to get over that hurdle. A lot like when we originally talked about the old Alpine rosters and we talked about the Torrent rosters and the XSETs. Like they were always close, but XSET was the closest of all these teams, and they were usually fighting around with like Susquehanna Sonics or Ghost Gaming. But JPow, Percy, and Hawkser, I mean, it's a talented group of 3. They're not going to beat you at any one specific category, but they are very good at doing all things relatively well, and that's where they're usually most dangerous. So are they going to take down a top 4 team? No, but I think they absolutely are capable of playing spoiler to some teams in the top 6.
Heck yeah. Well, we're almost ready to get into game here with respect to FaZe Clan and Rogue. We're going to be jumping back into the game from 3:57. So right when it happened, and again, 0-0. So we're tied at 1 with respect to the match results. We're tied at 0 in game. Again, guys, listen, the desk overwhelmingly said FaZe Clan. I got a little bit of faith in Rogue. And after that second match, again, I maintain that it was more about FaZe trending downwards than Rogue trending upwards. But that note doesn't make it into the scoreboard. It doesn't. Nobody cares how you got your dub. The great philosopher Vin Diesel once said, doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, winning is winning. And so I don't care if you have to get your win by the other team slouching down. You get your win, man. And so we're going to jump right in here. Rogue trying to take down and do what seemed impossible in game 1, trying to tackle FaZe Clan. We're jumping in here at 3:57. Stacks and Spaceman, it's all you.
Well, typical, right out of the gates, off the restart, trying to get a loud goal for FaZe Clan. Did not work out. And now it's going to be only Gyro at the back. Taroko filing in behind him, but Rogue forced to play a lot of defense at the start here. As we get back into game number 3, AJ, good stop. Taroko's got Gyro coming in behind, and that's cleared away by AJ.
I'd be scared if I'm Rogue going into this game 3, Stacks. The amount of times we paused, FaZe are probably not too happy. They're coming into this like, look, you guys got game 2, sure, but ever since then, it's been one thing after another. And if you're first killer, right, like the guy who loves to take the game over, Sypical is more than happy to put people in the dirt with demos. This is a very dangerous FaZe Clan to be playing in this game 3.
We'll see if FaZe Clan has an answer for Aqua, who really did carry Rogue as first killer comes up empty here. Went right around the ball. That is just a little bit high out of Sypical. Aqua, the focal point for Rogue in game 2. AJ takes out Taroko. First killer thought about going headhunting. Instead, he takes a midfield boost. And that leaves Aqua all alone to take this ball. Got around first killer, or rather got around AJ, who's now downfield, and he'll steals some boost away from Gyro, and that's going to put Rogue in a real tough spot as Taroko couldn't get to that ball. Didn't need to, and nor could Aqua. The J-A-Y-Y gets it done.
There's really no way Rogue saved this. Taroko whiffs on one, Gyro circles back in the net, but you're watching Aqua wait for the pass. It doesn't come. Instead, it's a shot. He tries to meet it, but I mean, you put that so perfectly where no matter if Aqua flips forward, he probably doesn't save that. The momentum of the ball is going to carry it towards the corner. It's just FaZe knowing where to put the pass, where to put the shot, but also just knowing that Rogue have really no chance of saving this. Now you got to clear it to the corner, but FaZe doing a very nice job early on to just establish some of that rhythm that they had in game one, even though there's only around 2 minutes left.
Oh, Aqua, just a little delay, puts Sipical on skates, and he answers back emphatically.
This big counterattack from Aqua. Sipical, sorry, happens to the best of us.
Wow. This young rookie is something special for Rogue. Scoring at 209 just the way he did in game 2. Except this time it ties the game. Aqua has that go harmlessly across to the opposite corner. And now Sipical trying to stay with this even though he got off the wall. He's still got possession, trying to barrel through Aqua. And Aqua and Gyro combine to get this out to midfield. Taroko's got to turn around and head back as Sipical's got possession over to first killer, and that's right at Aqua. Easy save.
It's also important to remember that we only have 1:34 to go in this game. We came back in with, what, 3:57? There isn't a lot of time. So these first opening goals, you're starting to see these teams, again, find their foundation middle way through this series, but there isn't a lot of time to begin to lock down whether FaZe's offense circles back in or whether Rogue figure out this infield passing. Aqua, great touch, better placement. Rogue finding what they desperately were looking for when this roster first came together.
This is absolutely incredible. 3 out of the 4 goals for Rogue in this series have come from the youngster. Aqua coming through yet again. If Rogue finds a way to contend for a spot in the major as this weekend rolls on, Aqua's got to get a little extra in his contract. He's back here. He'll turn on this ball and get around first killer again. And he's done that often in this series. Taroko to the corner trying to get that boost away from Sipical. But here's first. Oh, he tried to drill that through. Now Sipical with a drive off of Taroko and in, and we're tied.
Placement from Sipical has just been clinical this series. First killer with all of the work done on the extension. Doesn't even bump anyone. You got 3 people trying to save the ball. Sipical just puts it perfectly. Rogue can't clear it away. Credit to Taroko for coming back down on the play, but that's what FaZe do so well. Every time you think you have them beat, you got to look again.
They average over 9 shots a game. And to this point, from the resumption, they're up to 8. Make it 9. AJ does it again.
It's so easy.
It does make it look so easy.
Like,
You're
honestly,
right.
How do you break down that goal? It just Rogue gave him room. FaZe took advantage, and they put a shot on the net. That's FaZe. They're gonna
2
do
goals,
that.
12 seconds apart. 1 to tie, 1 to take the lead and perhaps win. Taroko lost this ball, and despite the demo on AJ, Rogue can't get a whole lot going. 25 seconds left. Aqua brings this across. Gyro's got to get there first ahead of first killer. Good luck. Taroko's shot denied by Sipical. Aqua bumped from behind by first killer. That kills the Rogue attack, and he has to get back and make the save. Oh, that is brutal for Rogue. About to go down 2-1 in the series unless they've got another miracle up their sleeve. Aqua will start it from the back. First killer to the back wall. And it's got to start from Aqua on the side, and Sipical banking that off the ceiling. Just about ended it. It's only first killer back, though. AJ scrambling to get there. Aqua denied. Taroko kept it up, and we're going to OT!
How does this rotation even make sense? It's Gyro who brings it from the side, while Aqua somehow catches this on the roof, and Taroko, the last rotation, the striker that North America never knew it needed. He's there. Taroko secures it. Stacks. OT coming up.
FaZe Clan played that last 10 seconds like they were down 2 goals rather than up 1. and it came back to bite them. First Killer clears this from the back wall. It's only Gyro to beat, and he slowed things down enough that Rogue can recover. And FaZe Clan find themselves in an extension of Game 3 they couldn't have possibly imagined about a minute ago.
They're doing it for the Spaceman sweep. I don't blame them. But the last thing you want if you're Rogue is to overcommit. Look how far up AJ is. It takes one bump and one bad touch. This game's over. But FaZe slowing it down towards the midfield line. Gyro with a great 50 win to punch it through the corner. But look how Rogue begin to stack. They triple their side, and they push so much pressure on the left side of the field. It's going to be very dangerous if you're caught out of rotation. These infield passes from FaZe can be dangerous.
Gyro just a little slow recognizing the pass to Sypical, but he didn't get a clean shot off. Aqua from the ceiling got a lot of air from the ground rather, got a lot of air under that shot, but it did not fool FaZe enough. Aqua always just let that one drop down to First Killer, and he's stuffed by Gyro. And now here goes Aqua. Doesn't have a lot to work with. Maybe just enough to make FaZe Clan respect him. First Killer to the corner now. And again, for FaZe, how do you let this get to overtime, and how do you recover so quickly now? It's a mental hurdle that they have to overcome with no time to talk about it. Gyro, a blast off the post and in, and Rogue are on match point.
Look at this takeaway. Taroko immediately gets in front and puts it right where Gyro is meeting the pass. I mean, this is 3 steps ahead. The communication had to be there for Rogue and OT. And you're telling me that this team that felt like misfits for how long is all of a sudden putting the pieces together against one of the best in North America? The Spaceman sweep is alive. It's happening.
It is alive and well, and I cannot believe the turnaround we have seen from Rogue. I thought with 2 goals in 12 seconds, that was the end. Yes, obviously a 1-goal game, but I really thought that was the end. And then there it is, Taroko, just above the ground on the shot. Wow. Gyro capping off the Mobile 1 high-performance replay. A comeback the likes of Lazarus has Rogue up 2-1.
Wow.
Listen, man, I hate to say I told y'all. Actually, I don't. I really don't. But I told y'all, okay? This is, Rogue have the potential to punch up. Now, all totally fair. I did put my chip down on FaZe. So I'm not going to sit out here and be like, I knew it from the jump. But I did say this was an absolute possibility in the same breath that I said that FaZe Clan is one of the most exciting teams to watch in North America. So acknowledging how talented the Red and Black are, I still give Rogue the potential to get this done. And you know what? We always bring Direct in here for the stats, and so here's an important one. Listen, Sypical won the game. He was on the Ecto 1, and he lost the 2 games he wasn't. That's what I'm saying, but AJ's saying that, and I don't think FaZe Clan is done here at all. Chances we go to a Game 5, Spaceman?
Probably pretty high, and I want Direct to get on the stat immediately, because for the amount of times that V1 goes to a Game 5, what is the percentage where Rogue have the lead with like a minute to go and they lose it? And not just like a 1-goal lead, like a 2 or 3 goal lead. I need that stat, because that's how Rogue shoot themselves in the foot. But Stacks, we know that Coliseum hasn't been kind to Rogue as of late. This absolutely feels like it's going to a Game 5.
Well, who knows? I mean, we got about 40 seconds before we are due for another pause here, perhaps, as Gyro will play this out to the wing, and Sypical's there to meet him. Now AJ over towards Sip, and his shot easily set away by Aqua. And he's got enough boost to follow this up as well, and First Killer had to play that to his back line. And how about Aqua, the job he has done going head-to-head with First Killer on a lot of these challenges, a lot of these trips downfield. Goes there, just plays right over First Killer. He's not letting First Killer get the better of him very often, and you don't say that very often for players in North America or anywhere in the world. But there's nobody home here. Taroko couldn't get there in time, and First Killer scores.
Sometimes Rogue a little too hard. There's that triple commit I was worried about, right? Everybody's pushed up, you're feeling like you have a chance, and then all of a sudden you realize that you've lost a 50 or you've lost a clear, and that was extra touch from First Killer, who initially punched it downfield, but that's that small instance, right, where Rogue are doing things right, and it's looking a little more promising. but immediately you have to remember that you can't afford just to play 3-man up at a time. You just can't. Same situation here. Taroko's already up at this. He's already up at the crossbar. Like, this is very quickly how games get out of hand.
This is 2 goals in 7 seconds, and you start to go, if you're Rogue, well, all right, this is why we won the first 2 out of 3, so we could just go next. I have a feeling that if something doesn't change right about now, Rogue might just be packing it in and thinking about Champions Field to try and spring what would be, I mean, one of the biggest upsets of the event, for sure.
Yeah.
Certainly the biggest win for Rogue in a long time this RLCS season. Aqua couldn't get to this ball. His first killer clears it away, then he got the touchdown field. That forces Taroko all the way back, and he had to contend with AJ. Up in his grill immediately, and AJ scores yet again his 5th goal of the series.
So get your predictions in now for how Game 5 is going to go. Who you guys taking
Right.
in Champions Field? But this kind of circles back to a conversation we've had before about this Rogue roster, where when First Killer was on the team, it was very clear that kind of he was the alpha player, right? Like, he is going to run the offense. Everything he does is going to run through him. Everybody feeds him the ball, and we work off of that. With Rogue, it's been a bit of an identity crisis for this team, but also there were times where Aqua is kind of the alpha player, and then times where Gyro is. And it seems that Rogue play better when they have an established role of who that person should be. And when they don't have that clear understanding, everybody's just playing every single role all the time, and you get situations like this where games quickly get out of hand, or you have a lead and you lose it. So they kind of need to slow it down, right? Maybe it's in comms. Maybe you talk to your coach before a potential Game 5, which is probably going to happen. That's a ridiculous angle from First Killer. But you need to reestablish kind of that hierarchy on this team so everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing. As Gyro gets 1 to go.
Ooh. Well then, 236. Maybe writing off Rogue a little too early. If they can string together plays like this, that's got to feel great going through First Killer to get the opening goal for Rogue, but they've still got a massive uphill climb if they want to clinch here. This goes all the way back to the back wall. Aqua going to take his time, calling his own number. Deflected by Sipical, and Taroko can catch up to this one. His initial shot, nothing behind it. First Killer, easy save, and then he comes out the better of the 2 against Aqua, and Gyro has to just throw that out to the corner where First Killer is waiting. First Killer, I think he's kind of taken these last couple of games a little personally, and he is not about to let Rogue have any signs of life, any hope of clinching here in Game 4.
These are very important 2 minutes, obviously, for Rogue, but for FaZe as well. Oh, good save from First Killer. For someone who's taken it personally, this would be the time to kind of put this game away, as AJ, yet again, wins another big 50. Make it 3 in a row. Gyro can't get there. That's on target. AJ was going to let it fall through regardless. Pressure from FaZe very much overwhelming. Somehow Rogue were able to clear the ball away. And Gyro, instead of cutting into the lane, just goes up to the sidewall to meet it. Usually not the best rotation, but still time, I guess, for Rogue to make things interesting. But it just seems like FaZe just have such a firm grasp on this game.
Hiroko can't get by Sipical. If Rogue are going to have a shot at 3 unanswered goals, it's got to be right about now to give themselves time. Aqua whiffed on it, and Taroko couldn't get a shot by the brick wall that is the FaZe defense. Now we get to the last minute. Sipical is going to win the race to this ball. First Killer almost got to Taroko, or he pumped the brakes and at least got a touch on this ball. Now Aqua gets this through. Gyro waiting, and the pass never got there, and that is as much a go next moment as any, as FaZe Clan, barring something catastrophic, are going to stave off defeat and indeed send us to Champions Field.
Of course it goes this way. This
Of
series,
course.
these teams.
You're here. Yep.
Yeah. Well, credit to
Wouldn't have
FaZe
it
for
any
how they
other way.
played. Yeah, no, I mean, this was a good series all around. For Rogue, some highlights, some low points. For FaZe, they played their game in games 1 and 2. Now they're going to game 5, but even with that, still don't know if I'm First Killer typical or AJ if I'm sweating too much, but this is a big one. I mean, look, regardless of what happens, this is a big series. FaZe desperately just need to win this for the group, for the sake of the groups. Rogue, potential upset territory. we got a game 5.
We
Of
do
course.
indeed have a 5th game between FaZe Clan and Rogue. The 2 games that FaZe has won, they dominated. Look at all those numbers for First Killer and AJ. Just absolutely dominant. First Killer did it on both ends of the field. He had 4 shots. He scored. He had 7 saves. And we will see plenty of offense from FaZe on the Mobile 1 high-performance replay. We see that one from Gyro, the lone tally for Rogue. It was the last goal scored in this game.
Yeah.
Maybe just some signs of momentum going to Champions Field.
That is something that I cannot ignore. I cannot ignore that as I literally kicked my camera. Sorry. Oh. But hey, it's my fault. My friends can't hear me, but you guys can. But that is a point that I absolutely
There's the
cannot
most
ignore.
peaceful 10 seconds of my life.
When it comes down to it, though, I have to disagree a little bit here, Stacks. I like where you're going, but I always look at Game 5 as the ultimate momentum. It's over. This is the 1 game set. You battle it out. However you got here, y'all got here. Champions Field is where we're at. 1 game. Let's see if Rogue can do it.
Champions Field brought to you by Mobile 1. Round 2 of day 1 of the Mountain Classic. Coming down to 5 minutes. Or maybe more as we had in Game 3. I still don't know how FaZe let it get to that point in Game 3. And they are going to be kicking themselves if they let Rogue come all the way back.
Keys to victory
Gyro
for
and
FaZe.
I don't know what happened there. AJ, not on target and cleared away.
Keys to victory for FaZe. Infield passing, taking the ball away from Rogue, doing things like that. Finding one another downfield. It's an early goal for FaZe, and for Rogue on the other side, controlling midfield, controlling possessions at midfield. You have to have a presence there, but FaZe early on, very quickly establishing their presence.
Game 5, advantage FaZe. Rogue needs to get Aqua going. AJ playing this over, and Aqua's right there, inserting himself into the game. But First Killer, decent first touch. Gyro had the read, and this goes all the way to the corner. It leaves Aqua all alone. It doesn't matter. Typical intercepts just beyond the center line. He's got the flip reset. Maybe looking for another or a double. Didn't get either. And that's deflected up and away by Gyro. Still thrown in front, though, as Rogue cannot break this pressure. They finally do, and who else but Aqua to get them out. And now he's got a chance with possession, and First Killer finally swats it away.
Well, that's a big challenge by Gyro. I mean, he desperately needed to get in front to keep this one contested. Taroka was still rotating. Aqua had no boost to get back. Good call in the rotation. But now Rogue looking to at least establish some kind of presence at midfield. As typical, uncontested for what, 6 seconds now with the ball? Here comes First Killer yet again, cut down. Gyro gonna meet it and clear it to the opposite corner.
Kuroko from the back line. Stuffed by Sipical. Aqua taken out as well. He spawns across the way. AJ, tough angle, can't convert. And now Aqua from inside the goal will launch this downfield. Sipical intercepts before Gyro could get to it. Down to 3 minutes. FaZe have held a 1-0 lead. Rogue have not had anything threatening on FaZe's half of the field. This is skied up. Nobody to challenge, and Aqua clears this away. If AJ doesn't let that get to the back wall, who knows what he could have done.
There's always a momentum swing, and it just depends on when the pendulum's going to turn back. FaZe having all of the pressure, all of the control right now, but it will not last for 5 minutes. If you're Rogue, you're hoping the defense can keep you at a 1-0 game, then maybe you can get downfield and get a look at the net. But it's going to swing at some point, Stacks.
Oh, Aqua, good first touch. He can follow from the ceiling, and he just put that right on First Killer's nose. You know, as good as Aqua has been, you've got the instinct and reflexes of First Killer, who almost scored there, and then that almost goes in on the other side. 2 minutes to go, and both teams maybe watch this game flash before their very eyes.
We all of a sudden turned into Heat Seeker. This was fun.
Right?
To the corner we go. Rogue desperately looking for a clean touch upfield for something that isn't just a defensive clear. Gyro might be able to make something out of nothing here. Will get boost, so this is where the offense now needs to press if you're Rogue. Aqua can't afford to let AJ escape the way he just did. Sypical in tandem just makes it a 1v2 downfield. FaZe getting out of very dicey situations almost as easily as it began, and AJ almost makes it a 2-0 game.
Gyro already towards midfield to play that deeper into FaZe territory. First killer could not get by Taroko. Rogue pressing forward. Aqua and Gyro both go. And this means there's nobody for any pass, so Taroko will reset at the center line. First killer right down at Gyro, coming up on a minute to go. Stuffed by AJ. Aqua now has Taroko as an option, and that's swatted back downfield. First killer can't stay with the play, and Taroko will pop it away. Gyro burned a lot of boost to get up to the backboard as well.
Oh.
And that second touch from Taroko slows everything to a halt. And now first killer, he's going to let Sypical take the shot, and Taroko still saved, but the follow-up from AJ might be the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, AJ just called game right here. First killer with a little fake. Sypical just puts it immediately towards the net. So one, it forces the challenge, it forces the save, but two, Rogue have double committed inside the net. There's no way Tarogo's going to escape and get boost and try to circle back in. So you can just bounce that off the back wall and play wall ball to yourself. Luckily, FaZe is an extra man in front. That might have been it, unless Rogue score immediately. I mean, what do you do? There really hasn't been any offense in this Game 5 when you needed it most in the series. Finally, something. Taroko, a goal, 31 seconds.
How about the maturity of Aqua here, too? Not panicking and taking the shot. Everybody was geared up for it. Instead, he makes the extra pass, the right play, and suddenly there's a chance again. After that goal from Taroko. Gyro. Oh, he got knocked away from the play. Aqua's forward as well. Gyro doing all he can to get into the play. And now he's got to get some boost. Can't get to this ball. Maybe he can now as it's played to the corner, and he got the corner boost out of there. Now Aqua got to get ahead of first killer, and he can't. He's demolished for his efforts.
Rogue
Down
gonna have to
10
chase.
seconds, and first killer puts it away. Unreal.
That's insane. That's just insane.
That's sick.
That's a heartbreaking goal.
I got an update. That was awesome.
No kidding. 7 seconds left, and first killer is the one who says it is all over. Champions Field belongs to FaZe Clan today as they take down Rogue despite by far Rogue's best efforts of the split.
Incredible. I mean, the biggest takeaway from FaZe Clan, if I could just be, the fan straight up, like, they are just fun to watch. They gave us this Game 5. They played silly cars. Real talk, though, I think Rogue getting here to Game 5 is actually pretty nuts. I think that's a big deal. It needs to be spoken about. I'm not the guy that gives out participation medals and says, a quality loss, but every once in a while that actually happens. And that's what I look at here for Rogue. I think being able to fight out into game number 5 here, Spaceman, and then Taroko, that last second. Still need a little bit more, though. Still need a little bit more. We need a little bit more action on the Rocket League side as well. We're going to take a brief break, and we'll be right back with the RLCS.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tip your driver.
My feet off the ground, let gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. All the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you. And I'll go. Gravity take me up. As beautiful as it's been, it's time for me to go. I wanna sail away, I wanna feel the weightlessness of my soul. I've gotta go all the way to eternity. I will run all the way to see you. I've gotta go all the way through time and space to find my voice, to see you, and I'll go.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track. Upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
Hello, welcome back to the Mobil 1 Mountain Classic here at Rocket League, North America style. I'm your host, Spaceman, still here, but we got Jorby now. We have switched gears from Staximus Maximus to Roy Jorbison. Very excited to have you here, man. Straight up and down. I just like your positive energy. Stacks can be negative. Bring the positivity.
Yeah, you know, we got to bring the balance with Stacks around. So I'm definitely here to do that. I'm excited to be here, man. It's great to be here with you and Spaceman as well. You both are wonderful, and today's been kind of crazy. We've had some surprising results today, so it's been a fun day to say the least.
I mean, you say that, and as you say that, we say goodbye to Charlotte Phoenix. Charlotte Phoenix has just gotten eliminated here. Rough stuff for the Phoenix for sure. Susquehanna with the 3-0. So
that's really surprising to me. I think I talk about it with Corelli the most about how consistently disappointed we've been in Susquehanna, because I feel like that roster on paper, it just has so much potential and they could never actually put anything together. But today they're posting a good result in group stage. You like to see it.
Well, Charlotte's not going to be able to make it to the major here. Susquehanna, that's a team, though, that I think we have to chat a little bit about here, Spaceman. I mean, Susquehanna beat out Oxygen, who has looked pretty good, and here they are doing work. So, I mean, what's the ceiling look like for the Susquehanna? I'm sorry, I've always said Susquehanna, so it's a transition, but I'm doing it for you guys. Susquehanna, what's the ceiling look like for these guys?
Well, of any of the teams that are kind of in that middle of the pack potential breakthrough squads, I think that Susquehanna's ceiling is really what they make of it, because this team has the absolute capabilities to compete against top 6. T. Carell, one of the better players, one of the better up and coming players in North America, who has been in the RLCS since last season. Andy and ZPS, who both combined are some of the best backline you could ask for. And ZPS, who is basically the clutch god when it comes down to under 30 seconds. He puts, teams away. He puts goals on the board when you need him to. And Sonics consistently are the ones, playing against people like Rogue, playing against people like Exit. So Sonics are a team that basically are only dependent on how good they want to play, how consistent they want to play. But there's still a lot to be proved with that squad. So it just comes down to whether or not they can perform.
Oxygen had done the what I thought Sonics were going to do, and LJ really popped off last regional, right? And then we were all looking at Oxygen in this regional thinking, okay, now you be the next team to actually punch up in North America. It's nice to see Sonics actually get a couple of solid results.
Yeah, very cool change up here as we take a look at our round 3 matches and our leaderboards. So these are the squads that we're going to be seeing banging it out here right now. Energy going up against V1, and some of these matches have already started. As we said, Susquehanna with the big lead here. Version 1 is up, not 1, but 2 games above the General Energy. So a reminder, the General Energy lost to Randoms. I'm not being disrespectful. That's the name of the team. 3-1 in round number 1. And now they're losing to version 1. It's not set in stone, but, oh, wait, no.
There it is.
It's a sweep. 3-0. Wow. Put it on the board. No.
This is version 1's weekend.
Right,
oh, my goodness.
That's
I guess I'm not that surprised after seeing them lose to Randoms, but version 1 would have been the team in the group that I expect maybe to take NRG to 5, even beat them. I think that team is really quality, but to sweep them, it's just not NRG's day in this group. I think they got the we qualified hangover, and it's just not working out for them today.
I think that this is absolutely the most impressive run for version 1 that I can personally really remember here, but let's focus on our feature match. Coming at you live here on the channel, we have G2 going up against Oxygen. And so version 1 is not enough. They have been dummy clean on the day so far. But G2 is also in that position. I don't know if they're 9-0. Let me double check my numbers here. Right now they're 6-0. They are looking really, really good. So they're jumping in here with an undefeated, no blemishes on the day today. However, Oxygen Esports, we were talking about them earlier, Spaceman, how this team can really do stuff here. So Jorby, I want your take on this Oxygen team. Toasty, LJ, and Gimmick certainly bringing out the good stuff. Can they do it here against G2?
I'm going to be honest with you, just on the get-go, I don't think Oxygen has what it takes to take down this G2 right now. This G2 looks unbeatable right now, and I think that for Oxygen, it's a really rough day at the office. The last regional, who popped off? It was LJ, but who helped enable LJ to be successful? It was Gimmick and Toasty doing a lot of that dirty work around the midfield, winning those challenges, and I've gotten, a scarce look at Oxygen today. I haven't been able to watch all of their games, but they don't have that same command of midfield. They don't have that same command behind the ball, and LJ just doesn't have the kind of space to do the things that LJ can do. So when you shut down LJ and Toasty and Gimmick can't get it done, well, what can Oxygen do?
Facts. That's a big deal. I think we do have the potential to kind of see what we saw last round with FaZe and Rogue, where the top card does really, really well, but there's some actual dancing involved. So let us know what type of music you're putting on for the squads to dance. Are you leaning on the Oxygen ballad, or do you want the G2 power metal? Hashtag OXG here for Oxygen, and hashtag G2 if you're feeling the elves. So I'm looking here. I think G2 that's the mark where you have to match up to. It is the test of Oxygen to take care of business. I really, Spaceman, I'll be straight up, just like Jorby was. I don't see G2 dropping this ball.
No, the reigning regional champions with NRG's performance so far, G2 could become the best team in North America this weekend. Oxygen have the talent to, again, punch above their pay grade, but you take out Drees for G2, you bring in Atomic, who is literally carrying G2 through some games with some ridiculous reads. Like, Atomic now is the answer for G2. And while, LJ's been the answer for Oxygen, Atomic is 3 times that. So G2 absolutely should take this series, in my opinion.
I like how you said should there.
Yeah, you're a little not confident there.
Yeah.
Listen, with the results we've seen today, Jorby, I don't know how anybody could be overconfident.
Watching G2 play, I'm feeling pretty overconfident.
3-0 confident?
3-0 confident, definitely.
All right, Jorby's bringing out the clean sweep here. I think if we hadn't seen the other results around the league here today, I too would say 3-0. But I think LJ can go nuts, and if G2 doesn't keep a handle on him, Oxygen can steal a game here. I really, really do. So ultimately, I am putting G2. I'm not gonna shy away from putting my prediction out there. It's G2. This is the stronger team. But I can't see this is going to be a sweep. Y'all think this is going to be nice and clean? I think Oxygen is going to draw some blood. So I'm excited. I want to see how these guys do. But you guys out there on the Verizon fan vote, overwhelmingly 85% on the side of G2. And that tracks. They are a just one of the more beloved teams, I think, in the scene beyond what they do on the field. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what they do on the field. We are jumping into it. Oxygen versus G2 Esports, coming at you live right here on Rocket League. I'm going to be casting alongside Jorby, and Spaceman's going to keep us and fill in the gaps with all the action that's going on around the league. One more time, just a reminder, all these teams are putting on their own streams. So if you want to catch those games themselves, go ahead and do that. But please, you are more than welcome to join us here. Oxygen G2, 5 minutes on the clock. Let it rip.
When Atomic was picked up for this G2 team, the biggest thing to talk about on G2 was, is this team capable of dethroning NRG as the kings of North America? And the first regional with Atomic, you're thinking, they're still working out the kinks. The second regional, you're thinking, this is the potential of this G2 team. But Oxygen, they're trying to punch up the ladder, climb a little higher. LJ scoring the first.
And that's the guy that I was talking about. Listen, this guy, I'm sure somebody has the stats. I give you the eye test. This guy is just stepping up today. We saw some incredible goals, just head scratchers earlier on. He is the one that G2 have to look at if they want to get their expected result.
Oh, 2 combined there for G2. And another quick pass from Toasty. And Oxygen, not wasting any time at the start of the game, trying to feed that ball right into the net. G2, go.
And that's important, Jordy. I think it's important to start off hot. If you're Oxygen going up against the G2 team, you got to keep them off balance.
Certainly doing enough to keep them in the orange half right now. They're just getting to some of these challenges, but that might be a breakaway. Again, member of Oxygen ready to take that ball away. Toasty looking for LJ. He's got enough boost to power that one out. And G2 forced to respect Oxygen on the rotation so far.
Atomic here going to keep the ball going forward. LJ's here on the defensive side. Chicago misses.
Ooh.
And not too terrible because blue team isn't able to really do anything with that ball drop. JNAV sends it towards mid, and Chicago sends it on home. It's tied at 1.
I mean, that's just perfectly placed from Chicago. JNAPS lobs it up. Gimmick is coming back in the rotation. He knows he gets LJ on the wall, but he kept driving forward a little bit, and that's not terrible from Gimmick. You can easily jump up, tilt your car back, get that save, but the power from Chicago to put it right behind him, there was no chance for Gimmick to save that.
Not at all. Quick stuff here. Very important equalizer coming out from G2 as they trap the ball on their half, send it over Toasty. Chicago's not going to get there in time. And so LJ, right side of the field, interrupted by Atomic. Gimmick's still here, but ultimately the ball belongs to G2, and JNAPS is going to get caught in the mid. Gimmick with a demo, but unable to do anything with it here, Jorby, is Oxygen.
Yeah, they were frozen, but LJ stayed downfield. Gimmick launches one up to him, straight down in front of the box. G2, we're going to play a lot of defense, but the backboard defense has held. Even on those tough ones. G2 again with Chicago trying to push the ball back to the corner. But Oxygen also doing a great job holding. And as I said that, LJ, luckily for Oxygen in the rotation. This is awkward for Gimmick as he tries to get up. Letting it drop was Atomic. And Chicago gets back to it in time. But you like how Oxygen are formed up here on defense. They haven't given G2 like any free touch really in front of the net besides that shot from Chicago earlier, which had to be well placed. LJ, a nice little pop, but saved from Chicago.
Yeah, and those are the flashes that I'm seeing out of LJ. A little bit more help from Toasty on the right side. I know he was going for the boost, but that's what you're kind of looking for as possession belongs to no one here. We're 2:10 in. LJ again sends it towards the goal, and Gimmick puts a dot on that one. 2-1. Oxygen, friends, are leading this game 1.
Yeah, trying to poke some holes through this G2 defense, which has been better than expected coming into Regional 3. Something that everyone could always harp on about G2 is sometimes they just let the ball slip past them, but it's not about G2 on defense or their structure. Really, it was just a great setup from Oxygen and a great shot by Gimmick to get Oxygen in the lead again, and what a start here against G2.
And that's kind of where I was getting at. We've talked a lot about how some of these top-end teams are slouching in their losses to the other squads. G2's not slouching. And so if Oxygen want to win, they have to overperform. And we're getting a little bit of that. LJ opens things up here on the defensive end, but it's all G2.
Yeah, I mean, LJ picking up that demo. Oxygen trying to stay physical. That's not a good touch. Now JNAPS has control, flips it over to LJ last in defense. And that's the only touch he could have had to keep that protected. Ball still LJ's, and he works his magic down the field. Even got the 50, but Gimmick was already rotating out, so he has to wait for G2 again. But, you know, F-Dot, you were giving Oxygen all the credit early on, but hang on, Atomic just found a wide open net.
Yeah, sometimes that happens, man. Just sometimes you get an oopsie daisy, and Atomic is able to go ahead and send that one home. Listen, if you're in the RLCS, that's what you have to do. The ball comes to you, you just, yes. If you miss that one, I start asking questions. So G2 ties us up here in the final 70 seconds here of the game. And I think that shifts momentum in their favor. If I'm Oxygen, I'm feeling good up until this point. Now I have the wind knocked out of me. And if Gimmick doesn't get that one to go, I got to ask some questions. So Oxygen, I think, are on the edge of their seat.
Yeah, he was a little late on the delivery for that one. And tried to weave around the defender. It wasn't as if the net was open. He really had to work for his money there. but Chicago puts that one up above LJ. Here's a shot, but it's too late from Atomic. Actually keeps it close and still dangerous in front of the box as Toasty works for a clear. Chicago next up gets bumped out of the play. Gimmick trying to maintain possession for Oxygen, but J-Naps keeps the push alive. Waits in front of Toasty, still wins the next 50. Atomic gonna push out. He thought that play was gonna happen a little bit quicker, but he still wins the 50, and this is G2 ball. Toasty finally gets over one. Does he flip it out? No, G2 break it up.
Atomic, such an important play there. Gimmick makes it past Atomic. Atomic keeps up with the play to steal the ball out of the hands. LJ sends one, and look who's there. It's Atomic himself. 3 players in orange on the left-hand side, and Dorby, we might be seeing an OT.
In the very first game, and like I was saying earlier, you were willing to give Oxygen as much credit as possible in the pregame, and Oxygen are making you look real smart right now, F-Dot, but Chicago just won a massive 50 and a big whip from Toasty! G2 will collect game 1.
Oh, man. And that right there is the second half of what I was going to say just, I think, 30 seconds ago. So bear with me here. Just 30 seconds ago, G2 had like Atomic had that like soft touch that he still didn't score, but still recovered. A bad look for G2 still, when you're a great team like this, you can turn into something that's still kind of working and looking good. Oxygen, a small miss like that. Toasty with a small miscalculation winds up losing the game just like that. The great teams will take an inch out of, will make a mile out of, they'll take something small and make it into something big. That's what I'm trying to say.
They'll take a mile when they're given an inch.
There you go. And that's what G2's doing.
No, I mean, I think Oxygen on offense, there were some really good looks. Like Gimmick had a couple of slowdown plays to try to trip up G2's defense, but the margins on the net were so thin that you had to be perfect on every touch when you were on offense. Otherwise, G2 were able to get a clear and then put a lot of pressure on themselves. I actually thought Oxygen looked really good on a lot of their pushes on offense. They were feeling the struggle from G2. You saw them start to try to go for the demo game, try to put it above the rotation, try to force G2 to meet them at the challenge, but G2 were just winning that clear battle on defense, and it was just enough. The smarts in front with on the 50s for G2. They're outboxing Oxygen right now.
We got Spaceman in the wings here. Why don't you update us on what's going on around the league?
Yeah, well, Shopify just took it in Game 5 over Random, so they'll secure that series. Complexity versus Space Station currently tied 1 apiece in the series, and in game number 3, they got about 3 minutes to go. So Complexity took the first game, Space Station able to respond, and Shopify, of course, able to close it out on Champions Field. So good for them for taking down a tough opponent, but that Complexity Space Station matchup is where I'm keeping my eyes on right now.
That's like the match of the day almost, if you... Like just from the stakes for Complexity, who have not impressed at all this split, and to have them go toe to toe with Space Station, that's big. I'm curious how that one ends up later on. Right now, Oxygen in Forbidden Temple gonna try to tie up this series against G2. They had some good looks early, F-Dot. They're gonna look to try to return to that form as we get underway.
Early is the key here. I think a big part of what made Oxygen look so good in game 1 is that they scored early and got under the skin of I don't know about getting under the skin of G2. I think it was more about Oxygen's camp. I think it's more about them getting a goal and being like, yo, we can do this. Mental is a big part of this game, and I need to see Oxygen score first if they want to continue.
Toasty trying to prevent the clear for G2. He's going to get to this ball first, but J-Naps rips it away from him. Swinging back around, Gimmick just hops over Atomic, but G2 still have the ball in their clutches. Oh, ball just hangs free in front of the box, and Gimmick barely gets the save. J-Naps takes another one, couldn't get it back. Gimmick makes 2 incredible saves. LJ getting back to this ball, and somehow Oxygen get out of the blue scoreless.
I loved that setup from G2. There was like a half fake, and the follow-up, unfortunately, still doesn't land for G2 and their fans, but really, that's what I want to look at when I'm taking a look at strong offensive sets. And so Oxygen, they're wiping their brow after that and looking for something different. LJ coming up on the right-hand side, hands off to Gimmick, but J-Naps meets him in the sky, and it's all G2.
Toasty trying to protect the retreat, but Atomic rolls right by him. LJ also trying to slow it down. Oxygen able to get in front of almost every single challenge, but again, they're just losing that war of attrition. It feels like every challenge just goes a little bit farther into G2's favor. Gimmick, look, he's just trying to get a handle on the ball. He finally gets a 50 back to LJ. He's got the breakout, gets over another. LJ off the core and in! 1-0 Oxygen.
He didn't even need the help. I saw this one and I was like, all right, LJ, pass it off to mid, pass it off to, nah, you're good, bro. Bring it on home. And again, Oxygen find the first goal. Jorby, do you agree with me? Does this matter, or am I just making stuff up?
No, they gotta feed LJ. I'm with you. F dot. Oxygen creating these plays, but it was LJ setting that up with just a perfectly executed air dribble. Once you beat that first attacker, once you beat that first man in the rotation on the other team, it's all about how the team responds in the rotation after that. You have the advantage after you beat that first defender. And LJ, he's got the mechanics to be able to take it the entire way. And that's why for Oxygen, if they can find a way to keep feeding him, they just might have a chance in this series. But here's JNAP turning it back around in front of the box. Toasty barely gets the save, and it's a free ball for Atomic. Light shot, goal! It wasn't light at all. In fact, it was made of lead.
If it was a little bit lighter, maybe LJ would have gotten there, but ain't no question. That one gets on in there, and we're tied up, and this is looking remarkably like game number one, where Oxygen comes out, scores, G2 takes a breath, scores about halfway through the game. We got 2 minutes left here in game number 2. And so again, Oxygen got to play B. But how do you defend that? JNabs does it by himself.
Oh my goodness, JNabs, that's the sizzle on the skillet, baby. Look at that double tap, right down into the dirt. My goodness, Knapsack.
Man. Fun stuff. All right. Lead change to G2. And LJ is going to lose the faceoff. Toasty sends it a little to the left. And the free goal will not be given. And so Oxygen going to keep up with their offensive possession. And JNab's trying to change that, but he won't. Toasty, right side. A little bit of a slowdown here. Gimmick and LJ are in the wings, but not going to be able to impact play. And it's G2's one more time.
Nice soft touch from Toasty. He almost lost it, just got back to it and got to JNabs' touch in time. JNab's gonna leave for Atomic. Gimmick last back. He's made a couple incredible saves. He needs some help from Toasty and LJ, and he gets it, but it's still G2 ball. Looking for the tying goal. Knapsack got one, but he gives this one to Atomic, and that is the G2 lead by 2.
Man, I need a second look at this. And JNab sends it up, and Toasty, I mean, that's not even, it's not even a bad touch, man. It's just right
they're just all over.
Yeah. Just right in the hands, the wheels of the opponent. That said, listen, 3-1 here. I still think that there's a chance, but you've got to get it going right about now. Quickly, it winds up on the orange side of the field. LJ sends it towards mid. Gimmick can't get there. And so JNabs is the one picking up the phone. Toasty sends it back towards mid, but it's right to Chicago. Passes it off to Atomic. LJ gets there first. Still 3-1.
This is just Oxygen. This has been rinse repeat for G2. Every touch is impossible for Oxygen to get into safety. Every touch is a bang off the backboard, right back into G2's bumpers. And then look, they're just fighting to keep possession. LJ gets deleted on the play. Atomic finally misses one for Oxygen, and there's the goal for Gimmick. Oxygen have given themselves some breathing room.
And that was by the seat of their pants, man. Gimmick was all the way back getting boost, and I heard the comms from out here. I heard him screaming at Gimmick, I got it, where's mid? Just straight up. And that brings them 1 goal here. Like I said, I'm telling you there's a chance.
LJ trying to neutralize that 50 in front of the box. Toasty, no boost, but pass to LJ. Wanted Toasty again, but again, no boost. Trying to delicately move this ball down the field. Not a lot of time left. Gimmick sets up on the wall. Big bump from LJ, but JNabs came right back down, and now a 2-on-1. Toasty swung around, avoiding Chicago. Can't get that touch, though. A bump from JNabs onto Gimmick. Atomic losing that 50, but the ball's on the wrong half of the field for Oxygen. Another 50 goes Chicago's way, and now can they do it in the air? No. Midfield? Might as well just have a G2 logo plastered on top of it. Here's Toasty again. Gimmick, can he keep it going? Oh, hang on. They might wipe it clean off the field. LJ, 2 touches. Oh, it's saved from G2. LJ couldn't do it. And G2 are up 2-0 in the series.
I'm mad about that. Like, I am not rooting for anyone, but those are the ones you want to see go, dude, right?
That would have been a sick double. Absolutely. I saw him carrying him like, oh, wait, I've seen this story before. He's absolutely going to nail this one. Oh, man.
Tough
It's close,
stuff
though.
there.
It's
Yeah,
close.
no, exactly. And the difference maker here is Atomic. Does Chicago have 54 points?
Yeah, 54 points. That's a valuable 54
total.
points. Yeah. There was like two challenges I saw that definitely prevented a goal from being scored.
Oh,
At least two.
Man. Two. we got two. So, oh man, G2 leading the series 2-0, but this is not indicative. This is one where sometimes when you're busy, you just got to follow around on Wikipedia. This is one that you're not getting the full take by just looking at the box scores. But Spaceman, what's good, man? Give us the telegram. What's going on?
Well, Complexity SSG currently in OT in Game 4. It's a 2-1 series lead for Complexity. So they are potentially about to knock down SSG, which would be a huge confidence win for Complexity. I mean, that's really the biggest story I got for you.
Yeah, winning that group, that'd be big to get into the upper bracket in a group with Space Station, who have been trending upwards for the last few regionals.
Yeah. I like them. Complexity. I like the story. I like the guys. And they have the play to back it up too. So big eyes on them for sure. LJ here trying to bring it home. Chicago says no. Toasty wants to get involved.
Ooh.
And LJ tried to finish it off, but Atomic again gets in the way.
The middle of the field is just unavailable for Oxygen to work with. You see, every time they get down the field, they're forced to the side wall, and then they either have to play it to the corner, and you see them going for passing plays. That's the cleanest pass that they've gotten in midfield. But other than that, G2 are hopping on all of these routes and not giving Oxygen really any great looks on offense. They have to create those chances, whether it be through bumps demos or just that grindy 50 game. And that's been the story for Oxygen in this series.
And I mean, that's what you do as a top-end team. You take the sort of default goals away and force the opponent to get creative. That's why every single Oxygen goal has been insane, because the normal goals just aren't going. Gimmick gets in front of one, but Atomic's still carrying. Nobody in mid, so they go left to right. JNAP's not able to catch what's going on here as Atomic keeps it in mid. Toast to Gimmick. Met up by Atomic. And they score.
Oh, he put it in. He got it. And that was a really risky pass down over from Toasty and Gimmick. I understand why you go for it. You think you got a little bit of space, but Atomic is in that advanced position. And I will very rarely like the second to third man passing play, especially when you're playing against G2. That one was easily picked apart by Atomic.
Well, to break that down, to be fair, that's the trap. We were just talking as Toasty gets blocked and Gimmick also gets blocked there about how G2 were taking away the default shots. Well, Oxygen tried to get a little creative with a default shot, just drop it to mid, but it's 2-3, and G2 just ate him up. You got caught in the mousetrap, dude.
I mean, I think you're absolutely right. Because those default shots have been taken away, now we have to take the riskier maneuvers because nothing else has been working. Yeah. They've been so tight. It has been a one-goal game for the most part in the series. How about Toasty flying down for that save? And another 50, but JNAPS has got enough boost to keep it going. They're winning every touch in the blue half right now. Atomic couldn't shade that one. And maybe it slows down, but no, JNAPS wins another 50. Trying to search for a bump. Oxygen surviving right now.
Here, the Atomic's able to steal away from Toasty. He make it a great spot if he wanted the own goal. But Toasty's off to the races here, right side, gets demoed. Huge play out of Atomic, who just neutralizes that entire run from Oxygen.
And then Chicago racing down with no boost to get the 50. Stole the boost away from Toasty as well. Toasty still works his way back to LJ. That's a nice 50. Chicago, though, cuts the gap. Got the first touch out. Still Toasty has a net. Chicago comes straight back down for the save. JNAPS kicks it away from the rotation. And G2, excellent work on defense. But here comes Oxygen. They're not done. JNAPS getting chipped out of the way by Gimmick. LJ quickly up in front of the box. Toasty's lying in wait. Goal for Oxygen. They've tied it up.
Again, Jorby, look how difficult that was for Oxygen. Like, these are the goals that you have to get versus G2. An important one here for Oxygen. They are on their last leg. They tie it up. Spaceman, what do you got?
Well, Vamos, Complexity take down SSG in like a 3-minute OT in game 4. It was like non-stop Daniel goal line saves, but in the end, Complexity were able to find that squeaker that moves through, and they will move on. And, well, SSG, they lose to Complexity.
Wow. What a result for Complexity. Going in the upper bracket in Regional 3, and what a save from LJ. Hang on a second. We got a thriller developing here in front of the box. Atomic shot denied by Gimmick. Here comes another one from JNap. Off the bar! Off the bar! No goal! Gimmick got the save. Oxygen still tied up.
All right, listen. Luck happens. You got to do something with it, though. That, Oxygen, thank your lucky stars. Now do something with it. Chicago, not willing to forget that one. But it looks like it's going to be Oxygen's ball. LJ tries to start it, and Toasty's got to deal with it. No, it's Chicago. 60-second warning here, Jorby.
JNap's catch up in front. He's got control. Got the reset. And what a save from LJ. Read it perfectly, but it's still G2 control. Chicago, that one gets away from him. Waits for Toasty's touch. Try to get the bump. Toasty barely flips underneath him. LJ losing to Atomic. Atomic off the back wall. He wants a pass to a teammate, but they have to respect Toasty, who has been getting behind a lot of these touches. JNap's underneath. Gimmick got the save again. Gimmick, the hero on the goal line, coming up quickly again for Oxygen. And LJ, he just might have the breakout. He's got control, denied by Chicago, but Toasty's waiting, and Chicago still puts it right over him. Try as they may, Oxygen just cannot get an extended opportunity, and G2 are still knocking at the door.
This entire time, it's been G2 possession. LJ desperately trying to get it out of his side of the field. Still pushing forward. Gimmick has to pop up. Oxygen are screaming for OT. They really want to dead this ball, and they get it. Kickoff. We're starting from 0.
Oxygen need a win here. No more lives for them. Golden goal situation for G2. Win and you've topped the group easily. Well, Oxygen have certainly made it a little less than easy, though. Chicago pushes this ball downfield.
Man, LJ taking his head there, facing the wrong way. So Toasty picking it up here, right side. JNap's able to meet him. Counting up. LJ past one. JNap's last defender, but JNap's meets him, and nobody is there to help. Gimmick sends it up, but Chicago just takes it. And that was I think that was a dropped opportunity.
Well, you could definitely feel the uncertainty, though, in the rotation. They weren't sure how that 50 was going to go, and Chicago wins the biggest one! Sends it right through the heart of Oxygen's net, and G2 have swept Oxygen out!
Oh, man. G2, great performance from G2, but all I can think of is Oxygen saying, oh, not like this, man. Not like this. A 3-0 sweep from the G2-inators. And nicely done here.
That's a ticket to Los Angeles for G2.
Oh, yeah, they're all in now, right?
They're in.
That confirms.
Yeah. So, GG's to G2. I think everyone expected it. It was only a matter of time, but topping your group is as easy as it comes for G2. And I say easy, like I said, easy earlier, but let's be honest. Solid golf claps to Oxygen for one heck of a series, even in a 3-0 sweep. They really played their hearts out in that one. They pulled every strat out in the book to try to get by G2, but G2 were just so clutch.
Yeah, man. I like watching LJ, dude. Like, some of these plays are real good stuff. But, that's just the case. It's G2. They were 6-0 before this one. Now they're 9-0, dude. Like, that's just sometimes what you get dealt. Oxygen can't keep it going. Much love, but oh well. G2 now, they clinched the major. They're 9-0. Like, everything's coming up Millhouse for G2 here. And for good reason. Very, very talented staff.
Yeah, good stuff from Oxygen. And then also, congratulating Complexity on winning their group. They have not had a good run in the winter split. They kind of bombed out of Regional 1. And then after that, it was just hard to get back to get back into it. So to beat Space Station in group stage, and from what Spaceman was telling us, with Space Station getting clutch save after clutch save, maybe there's some hope for complexity in the long shot to make the major.
What do you think in Space?
Well, I'm thinking that on our screens, the fact that FaZe is in another Game 5 against Envy, it's going to be one of those weekends for FaZe where are we going to have that same discussion of did they just not play up to their potential, or does something need to be reworked with this group of three? Because right now, G2 looks like the best team in North America, and also V1 has decided they're never going to Game 5 again as they perfect sweep their way through day one. All these teams are turning up at the right time, and it's squads like FaZe that now have question marks above them.
Do FaZe have that many question marks?
I mean, they're going to a Game 5 against Rogue and Envy early on.
Yeah, but like Rogue do that sometimes, Like they have Aqua on their team, and right now, I mean, FaZe are crushing them, 5-0. And
but FaZe are so dominant that. Maybe
FaZe have terrible defense. I'll give you that. They have terrible defense.
Okay,
right,
that's the question mark.
They're still a top 4 North American team. It's not a question mark to me.
I'm not saying that they are like they've somehow become a top 12. What I'm saying
what's your question mark then?
My question mark is the series that should not be as close as they are as close, and if they lose even one of those, it makes their road even harder than it needs to be, and FaZe shouldn't be in that position anyway.
Yeah, that's fair.
So that's my question mark.
That's still FaZe. First killer's still on the team.
FaZe is, I've said this before, FaZe is, for my money, like the number one team in NA. It's tough to say.
I don't know about
obviously
that.
Points. No. That's what I'm saying. I think they're, for me, just fun. They're the most fun to watch.
Most fun. I think you're saying they're the best team.
Well, no. That I'm not backing up from that.
I'm not trying to fight with everybody here. I'm sorry.
No, you know what, Jorby? Sometimes you need to. I respect it because I said that, and I mean that. And you look at energy and you say, how can you say that? There's something else here, man. the season's not over. We still have majors to play. I really think that FaZe, when all's said and done, will usurp the top teams and be one, if like just straight up. I just see what they do. It's impressive, and I don't think they're stopping. I don't think they've stopped growing.
I certainly think they have the potential. I just need to see a lot more growth on defense for me to start saying that. Again, let me point this out to you. As FaZe win this game, FaZe, their floor is top 4 in North America with a defense that isn't that good. That tells you how good they are. So if they do fix that F-dot, like, I'm with you, man. I really am. FaZe could be the best team in North America.
How much offense do you need to make up for lack of defense? Like, if you don't play defense, but you score well every game,
you need good defense.
1,000 times.
Like you look at NRG, and now you're looking at G2. NRG, best defenders in North America. That's why they're consistently at the top. Yeah, today they didn't play well, but this is literally an anomaly, so it doesn't really count. But defense is, in my opinion, the most important thing to be good at, to be a top team in any region.
I respect that. Great stuff. Great stuff going on here at the RLCS. Thank you guys so much for watching. We still have more action. 3 rounds down, but we've got more games to go. Trying to fill out the bracket for the weekend. We'll be right back. Stay tuned to the RLCS.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it, we upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like your future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
Welcome back, folks, to the Mobile One Mountain Classic here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. Excited to bring you the action. RLCS 3 rounds down. Some surprising results for sure. We've had some interesting matchups and some that have gone exactly the way that we might have expected. We have a full bracket on Saturday and Sunday. And what we're doing here is setting the table. So let's show you everybody that was in competition, all of our groups hitting at you right now, Group A, B, C, and D. And we saw Energy in that Group A. They had a problem in the beginning, and, well, things are still problematic for them. Spaceman, the 3-0 sweep for version 1 might be... Is that the most surprising thing on the day?
Against NRG, I don't think so.
I mean in total.
You mean as a
3-0
match?
on the day.
You mean as a match record? Yes, I think that is the most impressive because of the fact that the version 1 that starts clutching up, it doesn't go to game 5 is a scary beast for North America.
Yeah.
So they've really clicked today, and that's scary.
Yeah, I think that like version 1, I've been high on this team for a couple of regionals now. I thought Beast Mode was the best pickup of the season, and that's including Atomic on G2. I might end up being wrong, and because Atomic might help push G2 over the hump, but Beast Mode makes version 1 an order of magnitude better of a team than they were before. And to me, it's not just Beast Mode himself, but it's the comfortability that Calm has. Comfortability is not a word. That's going to be out of my vocabulary,
Thank
okay?
you.
It's not
Thank
a word.
you.
It's not a word. I am not comfortable, okay? There's no comfortability. I'm done. I'm done with it, okay? But Calm looks really good. Calm looks really
You're
good.
my soulmate. I've been complaining about esports casters saying comfortability for like literal years. Sorry, Tully. But like actually happening. And I'm coming off a freezing cold take of FaZe being number 1, so you might not want my help, but I agree. I think Beast Mode to version 1 was a giant change. Lawler has been telling me to watch this team for a long time, and he's finally getting his due here. So, all right. The Purple Squad getting it done. Up next, though, on our stream, we won't be seeing version 1. We will be seeing the General Energy versus Shopify Rebellion. And now I don't need to introduce, either of these teams. Shopify has been, absolutely crazy. But like my point is that it's, NRG is NRG, right? So that's insane. But they are 1 and 2 on the day. Shopify Rebellion coming out here, Spaceman. This is a team that I think caught a lot of people off by surprise a little while ago. Sure. Rapid Memory and Parth looked really cool a little while ago. And so the question I'm tossing to you is, have they slowed down to reality, or is this a slump and we're expecting them to bounce back to when they were crazy just before?
I think it's a bit of both. I mean, they clearly have not been playing their best Rocket League in terms of just individual caliber today, but as a team, they're still relatively new together. So I think this is a group of 3 that has substance, but the problem is that they're not getting a lot of time to figure out what that substance is. Like, they're kind of in a Complexity situation where Complexity would just feet to the fire, and Complexity figured it out. They were like, we're going to play the top 6, we're going to get good. But with Shopify, they don't have that raw talent to be able to make up for a lot of the matchups. So now they're struggling to kind of tread water. And this is another matchup where, even though it is NRG, like, this is NRG, man. Like, if you want to knock NRG out of the regional, this is the time to do it, but it's going to be tough.
And this is, that's the big point, is that this is the best shot you're going to get to really tackle NRG. But the problem is Shopify Rebellion are coming off of a 5-game set against randoms, but then in randoms swept or 3-1 to NRG here, Jorby. So I think there's a lot of transitive property to play here. Obviously NRG the top card, but this might be the most vulnerable they have looked in a long time.
Yeah, I think Rebellion's problem is that they need too many things to go their way in order to score goals. They don't have an X factor like LJ. Like Parth, he has been a good pickup for this team. Don't get me wrong, but Parth is no LJ. And I think that for Rebellion, I'm kind of looking at Rapid and wondering where has that X factor been for him? Because the only time I really see Rapid really effective is when he's in the attacking corners and he's hitting nasty redirects. Like Rapid, known for some of the craziest redirects that we've seen in North America over the course of since he's been in the RLCS. But that magic just hasn't been the same without Beast Mode on the team. Parth, he has been a decent pickup, but I just think they missed that breakout factor that makes some of these other teams a little more enticing, and why it's going to be difficult against NRG.
Verizon fan vote coming at you right now. Let us know which team you're feeling. Hashtag NRG if you're on the side of energy, and then hashtag SR if you're feeling Shopify Rebellion is going to be able to take it down here. Listen, Rapid and Memory have looked like top, like S-tier players at times, but it's not always at the same time. And when they fell down, Beast Mode was always there to power lift them. And I think you're totally right. Nobody's slamming Parth, but the hole that Beast Mode left is a big deal. Rapid and Memory, like I said, they have looked that good. They have been those players. Space, how do they channel it? How do Rapid and Memory put on the cape and bring it home?
Well, I think you kind of have to play out of your skin a little bit. You have to be willing to accept the challenge that is NRG and be more creative, obviously offensively, but you have to kind of be over aggressive in this, because sometimes the best remedy for a team that's slowed down, for a team that doesn't know exactly what their next plan is to throw everything at the wall, see what sticks, but also just keep yourself constantly moving. Don't play reactionary Rocket League to NRG, because you will lose. So if they can come into this series and just put everything they have into every single rotation, every single play on offense, try what works, they have a chance. They really do. So it's going to come down to, can they play 100%?
I will start our predictions off here. I'm usually the guy that tries to placate the conversation. I point out a lot of the pluses to the other side. Energy's going to win, and there's nothing you can say about it. That's like, there's no way Energy has the day they had today. I think you can run with it and be like, well, they are hurt. They're on the ground. That's fake. You start every game at 0-0. They're angry. You don't lose. Like, they're not. I just think it's impossible for Energy to lose here.
They already beat Shopify Rebellion earlier today, 3-1. I think this is slam dunk for NRG. They're still the best team in North America for my taste. Even after today's results, we still have this whole tournament to go. Don't see Shopify Rebellion taking it.
I'd be scared if I was Shopify for Squishy, really, because Squishy can dissect a defense in real time and find a window for Justin or Garrett. So I think NRG take this one 3-0.
It's just like, you talk Rocket League and you talk stats and you look at the games that just happened, and then you say the name Squishy Muffins and Justin and it's over, man. Like, I just, that's how it works. And until Energy, and I'm not fanboying here, I'll give you the backbone of what we're saying here. Until Energy falls down, then I can show you the other side. But they are number one in the rankings. They are number one in the eye test. They're the best, like, arguably the best players of all time at some points on this roster. I don't know how you can talk poorly or negatively about Energy until they ask you to. 73% of you feel the way we feel on the desk. It's up to Shopify Rebellion to bite back. Jorby, Spaceman, take us away.
They're going to have to pull something out of the playbook that we haven't seen. Rebellion backs against the stadium wall. And like you said, Spaceman, they need something different. Something different in the juice to get by NRG. Whatever didn't work last time, whatever was getting into their nerves, NRG haven't been perfect today. So you think you can take advantage of that, but there's Justin, and he's on this team, and that was a simple 50 for a goal.
Yeah, as much as you want to talk about creative orchestration, how much you can tap into, realistically, you're still playing Justin. Upfield in a 1v1, how often will Justin miss a touch? Not very. With about 10 minutes burned in the start of this one, it's already 1-0 NRG. But how quickly does that seep into the mental of Shopify? Can they bounce back? That's the question.
Rapid, trying to get the reset, but couldn't get his nose on the ball, landed back on his undercarriage. That's a good 50, though. Forces Garrett back. Rapid's already in the air, but Garrett had the read. Justin's going to be first behind the ball, so one chance on the pass from Shopify Rebellion, but having to fight back from the orange half.
Facilitation for NRG is going to be their key to victory in this one. I mean, you look at one of the best teams in North America to do it. It is Garrett leading the charge as an IGL. And Justin, double tap from the backboard, almost made it 2-0. Bit of panic on the defensive side. Shopify escaped downfield for the moment, but that breather does not facilitate to anything. They lose possession, and they're losing boost as well.
Rapid trying to wait for Justin's push. Nobody from NRG going to be there for the rotation. Just playing, or trying to play keep away from Rebellion. They're put back down by Memory and letting it go with Squishy. Justin now's got the pop-up on the ground hop air dribble. Saved by Parth. A lot of wheels on the ground. These players willing to just let the ball sail a little bit farther. No one really pushing the bill forward too hard. This is a nice 50 from Rapid. But again, just kind of slowly inching their way forward as NRG get it back to midfield.
And that was one of the complaints in the pregame about Shopify being more than willing to let NRG do what they want. Do you play reactionary Rocket League, or do you start to press the issue? Justin meeting the pass. Even these small threats that don't always lead to a shot on target, it just means NRG are kind of figuring out the rhythm of Shopify. They're dissecting the rotations. You have Squishy and Garrett pushed upfield, Justin running point. Memory going to recover nicely on this one, but has no one else he can find in transition. And these are the moments that really start to scare you if Shopify can't find a goal.
Well, Parth does work his way around the corner. He's giving Rapid a chance with control. Rapid right into the net, and Rebellion are on the board.
I want to give a tip of the cap to Shopify for making it work, but NRG a little bit weird on the defense. Squishy recovers awkwardly and jumped the wrong way. Garrett tried to fly across the net to save it, but that's one of those that NRG don't give up often. Luckily for Shopify, it pans out to a tie game, something they needed with such much time left.
Yeah, there was that little gap in the rotation thanks to that pass out from Parth that forced the rebound back over to Rapid. And Squishy was kind of already turned the wrong way. Garrett knew it, tried to make up for it. And so a small little gap was found for Rebellion, but now you got to do it again. And likely some more after that. Squishy puts this one up high. Garrett can move it back to midfield.
NRG is one of those teams in North America that, leading the charge in goals per game, assists per game, great shots as well. Maybe Justin gets a little high five from Squishy, basically steals the goal, but nonetheless, they get the lead right back. Rapid just couldn't get the touch on the back wall he was looking for.
No, poor Parth. He tried to react to that one quickly, but couldn't get his car behind it. Had jumped thinking that shot was going to come more center on net, but Squishy actually went near side post, and with Parth's angle, he was definitely expecting something a little closer to the center of the net. It's just a little placement for Squishy. Memory gets a hard clear down the field. Justin responds with a hard one himself as he pushes it back down to Squishy.
Answering the touches at midfield more. Shopify very quickly fixing some of their mistakes. And you can see how it's panned out. More pressure on NRG to have to escape through. Big 50 wins, and Parth punches it off the sidewall. Squishy towards the backboard, no one there from NRG, and Justin will hold back cautiously. I like that play, and he's there to get the save.
Yeah, good control here from Rebellion. Memory, a little bit of boost. Wanted to bump Justin out, but Justin avoids him. Squishy still on the defense. He's got a couple options, but it's cut off, and the net's wide open as Justin mishandles the ball, and Memory ties up the game.
On this circular rotation from Rapid, right, instead of continuing to follow up, he goes out to meet the extra rebound. If Memory misses, if he hits the top crossbar, you have someone there just in case to contest, and that's Rapid's job. And luckily, of course, your teammate doesn't. His accuracy is good, but it's that extra attempt, that extra commitment to being there for the offensive rebound. Those second chances don't come often, but luckily Shopify were there, and Squishy almost made something out of nothing.
And I did say Justin mishandled it. That was misspoken on my part. It was Squishy who mishandled it. And we'll get this one back, though, for his team. 2-on-1, and Parth makes the most of it with that win in the corner. He actually gets the shot denied by Justin. NRG going to march down the field again. Here's Garrett on the flip reset. Gets underneath Rapid. Justin gets up to this quickly. Doesn't want to give Parth an easy clear, but an easy clear comes regardless.
Not really sure what Rapid could have done in that situation. I mean, if you bring it down to the turf and you try to work your way up the sidewall, you're going to get challenged. You probably lose that 50, and then you're playing off the back foot to recover. So giving possession away to NRG might have helped things, actually, because Memory can sit back and wait for his turn to come up on the ball. Rapid going to play it through the corner, and Memory will get full boost. So resources here for Shopify, but they're not able to make much out of it. Again, Squishy clearing the way for NRG to get back to midfield. And it's these extra touches from NRG that make those counterattacks on the other side so much more dangerous.
But the small touches from Rebellion have been good enough to start winning them some of these midfield challenges. Look at Parth setting up Rapid, but it's taken away by Justin. Still keeping with the play. Coming off the wall, Garrett comes to cover. Garrett now with possession, back over to Justin on the 50. He's got one beat towards the net. Here he comes. Goal! He does it time and again. You could roll it back 1,000 times and it would never get old. The story's the same. Justin in 0 seconds is mine. They might as well be married.
I think we've seen cave paintings of Justin scoring at 0 seconds, and then the second eclipse comes and humanity relinquishes their power because he's just clinical, man. Every single time he's up in the air with 0 seconds, someone better be up there to challenge him. Rebellion played good for 4 minutes and 59 seconds, but what happens at one final second? Justin still has possession, and unfortunately, that means NRG have a chance. They get it done. Justin with a hat trick in this one, and his patience paid off in the end. He was so keen on playing goalie in the last minute. Nicely done with 4 shots. I mean, what more do you want if you're an NRG fan?
You know, quantum mechanics should suggest that Justin should both have 2 scenarios where he misses at 0 seconds and scores at 0 seconds. But he's broken every law of quantum mechanics in Rocket League. So that just doesn't apply to him. F. What do you got for us in between games here, as far as updates are concerned?
I mean, really, I was glued to this one. Looking at Energy doing this one, I was looking around, and then I saw Shopify match, and I was like, this is what we're staring at. But all across the league, I mean, we're down to the nitty gritty. We're trying to fill out the rest of that bracket. And version 1 complexity, FaZe, G2, Envy, Sonics, Torrent, Randoms, Rogue, Space Station, Oxygen, all locked in. That's it. We are here at the final piece. And I was off screen. I was talking to a couple of the guys, and we were honestly saying, like, Energy's struggles here, I think, talking holistically, they obviously win the game. Energy's struggles here are all internal. You are the undisputed best team in the league, and sometimes it's hard to, like, keep your nose to the grindstone. Not saying they're slacking, but, like, keep that same drive, so to speak.
Well, Squishy, he puts that one in. I think Justin the Squishy has something to say to you, F-Time.
Yeah, you know what? All right, you guys are working hard. My bad. But
Parth
you got to keep it going.
I agree. I think, like, for me, I think about NRG at the Fall Major. And to me, I think seeding internationally is important for this team to make that road a little easier. Because this team is looking to Los Angeles and BDS. Because that's the one team that they could not get by. And they want a chance to prove that again. But not that, getting a bad seed here is going to, or getting a bad seed internationally means NRG are going to play poor. I'm not saying that. But I'm just saying for NRG to come out clinically, wipe up teams that you're supposed to beat on a consistent basis, something that they usually do. Some people are going to have a couple question marks, whether you think they're valid or not, heading into the Winter Major. Just about whether or not they're going to go the whole way and beat BDS. Not if NRG are going to play well. I think I'm making a mountain out of a molehill here, Spaceman.
Well, what we often overlook again is how miraculous this team of 3 has been consistently. Like, we're talking about a team that could win any tournament at any time in North America for about 2 years now. So yes, on a pedestal by themselves because that's where they've put themselves. But let's also remember that this team is the most consistent we've probably ever seen in North America for this much of a stretch, and especially against international competition, with BDS being the only final boss they've yet to conquer. So they've had a rough weekend, but if this is the very worst performance that NRG have had, they're still doing just fine. They're doing okay because Garrett is still on the team. They have a 2-0 lead, and while we're just discussing the prominence of this squad, they're handling their business. That's the point.
They're looking pretty good. Absolutely. This team has just been at the top for so long, and they continue to. I would say NRG, they get to have a day off at the office, or an off day, not a day off. You have to play your games. But Rebellion, this game means so much more to this team, and that's a nice move from Parth, but Squishy's all over him. They have had a tumultuous journey through the winter split ever since picking up Parth, and it's a tough group to draw NRG in version 1. That's rough stuff. Group A looks brutal today, but you gotta play the games that are put in front of you, and this is the task. You gotta be able to contend with the best in the league, and that's NRG right now.
And every team has their own unique road to victory, but you got to make your way through the bracket. The ladder is yours. You look at a team like Complexity, who they understood the ladder, they started working at it, and they were able to climb up a couple of pegs. That's the point, is that these games aren't going to be easy. These teams are going to push you to your absolute limit, but the very best will move through. The very best will figure out the solutions. Shopify for a while had it. You make a roster change, things are a little bit different, but this is your road to victory now. You have to play through NRG. They've given you some room on the field to work. You've been able to get a little bit creative, but it's not like NRG are clamping down and giving you no possessions. They've got about 2 minutes to go in this one with some change. Still entirely possible.
I mean, at the end of the level, NRG are still winning, right? They won the last game. They're winning Forbidden Temple. You could talk about their loss to randoms all you want. You could talk about the sweep against version 1 all you want. But right now, it's all NRG. They've been controlling the pitch, really keeping the ball away, mostly from Shopify Rebellion. That's a nice pass, but banged off the bar. Garrett demoed maybe a breakout opportunity, but no. 2 players annihilated, and Justin's still there to buy Garrett and Squishy all the time they need.
It's always that moment when you say NRG have yet to clamp down, and then they start to clamp down. And this is the NRG of old. What we saw, 2 weeks ago? It's just demo after demo from Justin. Barely touched the ball in his his rotation, excuse me. With a minute 29 to go, you're basically killing time if you're NRG, and there's really not much pressure being applied.
There's just so much space. Now 2 demos. NRG creating a nebula here in the orange half. There's another bump out, but Justin couldn't get that push out. And the explosions just keep coming, but the goals not forthcoming for Shopify Rebellion. That's a nice pass. Memory's got an open net. Don't miss that one. And Rebellion do split the lead.
It's a little scared for a moment, but you take what you get. In minute 5, in a 2-1 ball game, it's Memory who, again, will clean up the extra scraps as that one dribbles away. Shopify Rebellion, always in it till the end. Now you just need to clutch up if you have an opportunity. And they're going to be fighting off the kickoff. They'll be able to win it.
Squishy, demoed again by Parth, who drives straight through him. That leaves the net wide open, and it's in. Rapid gets the second goal for Rebellion, 2 in 5 seconds.
Good play by Parth. Immediate demo following up and getting ready for the spawn up close. Couldn't get in front of Garrett, but did just his job. Fall off the ball, play extra offense, clear the lane. Tied up at 2-2. Shopify Rebellion making something out of nothing.
Garrett getting bumped off the kickoff, but it's Justin's ball, and proud to put it backside. Memory and Rapid combine and just caught Squishy out. He didn't expect that power from Rapid, and all of a sudden Rebellion have a lead.
Trying to see what Garrett was up to, and it really wasn't his fault. I think Squishy a little bit too far forward. Regardless, though, a quick communication mistake from NRG. And it's a 3-2 lead. As quickly as things look like they are being closed down on, what was it, a minute and 10 seconds, a 2-0 lead for NRG. All of a sudden, Shopify have one of their own.
Well, that's probably why we shouldn't gush all over NRG. Well, all of a sudden, 3 quick goals. And they haven't been perfect today. Squishy getting over top of Rapid here, and over top another defender. His Memory, Parth buying time, but Justin closing the gap. Trying to keep control. Nothing there for NRG. Squishy far back as time is expiring at the end of regulation.
I've seen a couple of times in this series where Squishy or Justin have played kind of deep back and been more than happy to let someone else get a chance. That one should be saved. Parth dangerously gets it away. 5 seconds now. Garrett, slow roller, off target. Accuracy has not been NRG's friend in the last minute, and Parth can't clear it away. Garrett keeps it up.
And gets popped out of the way by Rapid. Parth coming up, but Squishy's got the catch. Squishy's got control. Garrett's playing it close. That's going to be tough. I don't know if he can keep it up. Actually, he did. Justin follows him quickly. Rapid's there to cut it off in the corner. And Shopify Rebellion doing everything they can to protect that ball. Rapid saving his dodge until the very end. We got a tie ball game.
Well, it's the equalizer that came through a flurry of trades and one long booming shot that eventually landed. Rapid leading the charge at 2 goals for 2 shots, perfect from the field. But like we talked about, NRG not the cleanest in the stretch. And when it mattered most, they sort of crumbled. They got a little bit too aggressive, and Rebellion were more than happy to take the looks they were given.
Yeah, I mean, halfway through that, Justin was just, almost, I wouldn't say freestyling, but he had so much space in midfield to just jump off the ceiling. Nobody was challenging them. They were dominating in the boost game halfway through, but they couldn't get a third goal. And that really came back to bite them. Rebellion took advantage of it. Like you said, key mistakes by NRG at the end, and Rebellion tying it up, F-Dot.
Absolutely. And I think this victory here for Shopify Rebellion kind of keys in very, very good things for them and their fans. Yes, obviously a win is a good thing. But what I'm getting at is the idea. I talk a lot about the differences between good and great teams, how to get from that like almost there to like that next level, right? And part of that process is being able to dance with those that are at the top, and then as soon as they drop the ball, drive it home. At a certain point, you're going to reach a ceiling where you might not be able to outperform these guys until you continue to improve. But what you can do is punish their mistakes. And I think that that's where Shopify Rebellion is right now, guys, in the position that in order to beat Energy, they have to punish for their mistakes. And that's how you're going to win this series if you do so at all.
Well, Shopify Rebellion, well, they're going to have a little work to do at the start of game number 3. Justin putting in the first goal.
That's a tough one to give away, especially when you feel like momentum's starting to swing back in your favor, and immediately Justin's in the air. Every single time he's got space, you have to
Always
feel
a
that
threat.
ball's coming towards the net.
And that bounce was so favorable, too. It was tough for Rebellion. They were coming right off the kickoff. There's another win for Squishy. Justin sinks another one, and all of a sudden, it's 2-0, 18 seconds in.
It's Schrodinger's ball. If it's in the air, Justin may score, or he may get one towards the net. We don't know until it happens. And there it is. Yet again.
I'm not sure that's how Schrodinger's equation works.
It absolutely is. Have you seen the cat?
I don't know.
Well, and I've seen the cat, but I've also
you
not
sure?
seen the cat. You know what I mean?
I do.
I said this earlier, Spaceman. I said he breaks quantum mechanics. You know, there is no Justin does not score versus Justin does score. Well, that was 0 seconds. So actually, you're technically right.
Thank you.
But here's another goal for NRG. Oh, never mind. That was saved. Memory diving across. I thought he was going to split the gap. Justin, another carry, puts it over, and Memory takes it away again. But NRG controls. Squishy, touch away from the defense, right into Garrett. Justin's there, puts it up high. Next up is Squishy. NRG pushing the pin, but can't quite push through the wall of Rebellion.
Well, luckily, they have 2 goals to show for it. So if they put a third on the board, that might be game point unless Shopify completely turn around their play. Their defense has been okay, but you've already lost 2 opening goals. You need something to respond with. Squishy takes the pass. Squishy takes it all the way. Here comes Garrett. That's free. It's 3-0. NRG wasting no time, putting themselves back in the lead.
Yeah, not how you want to start if you're Rebellion. Poor Parth, his camera swinging up and back down again. He sees Garrett up in the air, knows he has to cover the threat from Garrett. He could, or Squishy, excuse me, he could absolutely sink that double tap. So he has to be positioned for that. It bounces away from his car is his orientation's the wrong way. Couldn't get it done, and it's just when you think Rebellion just might have a chance to take a lead in the series, NRG respond with 3 quick goals at the start of game 3.
I mean, in this situation, you're kind of hoping that you can spike the ball downfield, try to get to midfield with someone like Parth or Memory to continue to steal boost, and then maybe play off a couple of back passes to stretch out NRG so they just can't find as much space in the air as they'd like. You see Memory already overextends, grabs 2 boosts, and with that, you take away resources from NRG to continue this assault, but now you need to translate that into some pushes for Shopify.
I think you actually just did call it out, though, with how much space NRG have had. Memory feeling that desperate for boost, feeling like he has to go for midfield because that's the only boost that's available. So he has to take himself out of the rotation, and there's just nothing going right for Rebellion right now. They're getting crushed.
And he gives it right back. Justin, very patient, waits for the right angle. Talk about dissecting defenses. All 3 players on NRG can do it. It's tough to talk about games like this sometimes where there's really just nothing. It's not that it's not going right. It's just that one team is clearly just outplaying in that offensive third. NRG, hold on. Save that one. 4-0. Garrett looking to make it 5 as Parth will cut it down and kicks it to the corner as this one shovels out. You need possessions desperately if you're Shopify. You just have to hold on to the ball.
Dangerous ball, but Parth was able to get to the challenge in time. Rapid last back. Squishy wants the pass back to Garrett. Up is getting Squishy, and there it is again. 5 goals for NRG, and they keep on coming.
There's the infield pass. 1, 2. And number 5 on the board. Now this is clinical.
Quick math.
Yeah.
I've got an update.
Give it to me.
Energy's winning.
Thank you, F-Dot.
No problem. Back to you.
6-0. Great stuff from NRG, making us think that Rebellion had a chance, and then putting a 6th spot with just over half the game played. At this point, Spaceman, I think I might put the over-under at 10.
There's a chance.
Yeah.
Quantum mechanics tells us that all interpretations are correct, so there's a chance. There's an absolute chance.
There's a wave of probabilities.
Yeah.
Well, there's like,
it's a spectrum.
We're getting to like the single digits in probabilities. Oh, look, is this the 7th? It's the 7th.
Yeah, there's a spectrum.
It's getting thinner by the goal.
Look, it could be worse. You could be down 10-0.
I think they might be down 10-0 here soon. F-Dot, what do you think?
Well, it's a 5-minute game. 3 minutes have gone by, and there's 7 goals on the board. All right, folks, this is what we call a word problem. How many goals, if the pace is kept up, will Energy have at the end of 5 total minutes. Write your answer in chat. If you get it right, I'll give you a thumbs up on screen.
If you get it wrong, we will rescind all of your channel points, and you will be barred from getting channel points for a whole week. Not my rules. You know, that's just how the system works. But up high, Rebellion, give him the Brazil. Nope, Squishy takes it right away, and he takes it away once more. Little chain dash, get underneath the ball. Rebellion take it away again, Rapid, carrying it back over to Parth, and Garrett's on top of it. Squishy picking up a demo. Garrett looking for the 8th. Justin closing it down, and Squishy also just rolling around. Why not? There it is, Brazil for Rapid. Minute 14 remaining.
There's the chance. The spectrum swings. All of a sudden, it looks likely. Shopify Rebellion now on the counterattack. The resurgence. The one no one expected.
If something like that happened... No, you're doing great. So are NRG. They're playing really well right now. Nice pass up high. Off the ceiling, back to Squishy, and blocked by Memory. That was a coagulated 4 cars in front of the box. Parth underneath. He might get the second. But you're really looking forward to Game 4 about 2 minutes ago, if you're Rebellion. I got some form here, but NRG really relaxing the pedal. We come down to the final minute.
I'm going to try to stretch this olive branch as much as possible. So when you lose a close game, it can be very difficult, obviously, because one small mistake costs you. And in moments like this, where you're in the middle of a series, yes, losing 7-1 isn't great, and we assume that might be the final score. But it also means that everything went wrong, so there's no inherent, if we did this right, we win that game. The momentum still very could rely on Coliseum. So, yes, this loss stinks, and it hurts for sure. But the fact that it came in this Game 3, and the fact that, it was a 7-1 blowout, there's absolutely a chance you just shake this off and go next.
Yeah, NRG might have a little bit of fogginess heading into the next game, because, they didn't really have to work hard past the first minute or so. The goals came easily, and so sometimes it can be easy to turn your brain off, and sometimes hard to turn it right back on when you get into Game 4. So I'm actually with you there, Spaceman. Definitely not one Rebellion ever wants to remember, and you're going to need a quick-to-forget memory to get back into Game 4 here. But F-Dot, I've really loved your insights during that game. I really love some more here in between Games 3 and 4.
Yeah, in order for Rebellion to bring this one home, I think they need to score more goals than the other team.
Nice.
That's where they're going to find their victory. Real talk, though, I think that one goal is dummy important. If you get 7-0'd, I might even take the fine and not show up for the final game. Like, that hurts, bro. That hurts, bro. But getting that, Rapid, bringing that one home, that's the, dude, we're good. We can still kind of do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what's, you talk about stretching the olive branch, we're making paper here, all right? But, that's what I'm clinging to. If I'm a Shopify Rebellion player or fan, I'm sitting here going, listen, we're still alive, man. We're still alive. So
you'll appreciate this. The energy the entire game was like, are you going to pay the one? Are you going to pay the one? And Shopify's like, hey, put everything you got on the board, because you never know. Maybe they punch themselves out and you're just holding on to that one counter. You could. So going into this, absolutely. This could be one of those where maybe that one goal really did turn things around mentally wise, but it will take a Herculean effort, Jorby.
Yeah, I don't. For me personally, I don't know if the Brazil is a cursed scoreline, but maybe this could be the start of it. Or maybe I'm wrong. We might need a direct check on teams win-loss after Braziling the previous game. That's a fun stat. We're getting really in the weeds on that one. Justin Light shot to start off game number 4. Rebellion have showcased they can play solid defense, but Garrett G has showcased he doesn't care. 1-0.
Yeah, you can play solid defense, but I could play best player in North America if I wanted to. I mean, right from the corner. He did this 2 weeks ago. It's the same exact play that NRG ran in the 7-11 countdown we did at the start of the show. It's the exact same play, except Garrett's the one to put it through. Already NRG on the board.
Here it is again for Squishy. Justin lurking. Garrett also playing tight up. You can tell just from NRG's rotation, They don't normally play so tightly. That's how you know they're playing with a lot of comfort. Squishy. I push that ball back over to Garrett. Cut off by Rapid. Nice pop over to Justin, but Rapid gets there quickly. And again, Squishy. Cut off by Rapid. That's going to give Parth a chance at this ball. Not a bad progression here on defense, but Memory, he had to jump up early for that. Feeling a bit of panic. He had to use all in the tank. Couldn't get back to the ball. Rebellion are left scrambling. There's a diving stop from Parth. Rapid getting up for this one. Garrett cuts him off. NRG basically have put themselves in orbit in the orange half and will not relinquish control.
It's Justin who finds Squishy, but Rapid quickly there to cut it down. Parth is trying his best to get it over Garrett. The deep back will do his job appropriately. And Justin looking for the dunk, but is still able to pull Rapid out of position and NRG grab boost. So you can feed this back to Garrett all you want. That's not a great touch, though. This isn't looking promising, and that just spans out of control, and Shopify Rebellion take advantage.
Apt time to remind everybody that Rebellion are playing for a major spot. They're not eliminated. Just to survive in the group stage would be massive for them. Yes, the lower bracket is really hard in this format, but losing out in group stage will obviously ensure that you don't punch your ticket to Los Angeles. NRG are already there. But getting this game-tying goal, wonders for the mental here for Rebellion early on, but still they're going to face that pressure. There's Garrett again, and the tying goal is gone. NRG have the lead once more.
Always got to worry about that extra man. Justin immediately gets a slight touch on Memory. I don't know if it was enough to take him off the corner, but certainly enough to make that save harder. And right back, the lead in NRG's hands.
Rebellion, they've been able to stop a lot of NRG's pushes. They're going to need to do it again. That kickoff really hurting them. Nobody could get to the corner. Justin just lobs it back. Memory trying to manage his boost. Garrett stopping every ball in front. Now Squishy wins this one as it gets kicked out of the way. Justin and Garrett tried to combine powers, but failed on the fusion attempt. And Justin pop it back over to Garrett. All three players are just pushing up past the attacking third. You just don't see that unless NRG are playing with pure comfort, pure dominance, and Rebellion can do nothing. They're just losing these 50s in the corner to Justin. Justin just pops off the ball, and maybe they could break out, but there's Garrett again, just shutting it down no matter what Rebellion try to do. The position behind this ball, they can't get more than about 10 seconds in the blue half.
NRG took a quick look at FaZe's playbook and said, one at a time? Yeah, we can do that. We can absolutely play past midfield, all three, every single moment. They're not worried. They know they have a game 5 if needed. We see chain dashes all the way downfield. I think that was from Squishy.
He does love those.
He certainly does. It's in this moment where Shopify have to find a goal to tie up, because you have to make NRG respect you a little bit on the field. Garrett gets the demo. Suddenly, they're pushed up yet again.
Oh, what a pass. Oh, what a fake. Justin, he's got to beat Rapid, though, with no boost. Put it on the far side. Squishy trying to cut it off again. And no matter what they do, every hole they try to punch, it's clogged immediately. Here it is again. Justin pushes it back to Squishy. That soft touch to Squishy. Not too hard, not too light, but it's saved anyway. Despite how NRG have looked on offense, Rebellion have kept the scoreline within 1. They're on offense again, but it's taken away. Memory just trying to keep this ball away from Garrett. Slips underneath one, recovers on the corner. Squishy loses that challenge. Parth goes underneath Justin. Pass and denied by Garrett. He was ready for it. And now a race back over to Rapid as time expiring in regulation. Rapid trying to get back downfield. Parth helping him out. Memory not in the best spot. Justin's going to win that. Garrett got the redirect just above the bar. Squishy a shot in flight, but Garrett creating chaos for Rebellion, and that's a 2-goal lead.
God, it's so hard to block. Garrett puts it high, and I think that was designed anyway, because Squishy was already in position to get the extra touch, that second attempt that Garrett creates, and then falling off to take players out of position. That's NRG. Textbook boiled down. What are the fundamentals? That's who they are. And with 36 seconds to go, that might be all they needed to lock this series up.
Rebellion have tried to hold the thread for as long as possible, but it's starting to rip apart at the seams. They've been battered in this series, and Garrett lobs another one up. Every touch from a blue car is more time wasted off the clock. There's more of it from Squishy. Handles it. Parth tries again. Rebellion need to score with time left, but the ball's on the wrong half of the field. Garrett stops in front of it. He's got control. He's got the reset, but Memory kicks it downfield. That's gonna do it. NRG survive. In the group stage, Rebellion eliminated.
Wasn't the easiest win at times. Well, discount game 3. But they got it done, and that's NRG for you. If you're going to count them out, you better make sure you beat them early on in the day, because when the pressure is on, NRG do step up. Series wasn't clean, but it's a win nonetheless. Doesn't matter if it was an inch or a mile. In the end, Garrett stepped up when they needed him. Squishy stepped up. Justin was just playing with his food at some point. And Rebellion, unfortunately, really needed that win, and they don't get it here, and it's going to be a tough one for them.
Those last 2 games, I think, was the NRG everyone was expecting to show up, in their first match of the day when they played random. But when NRG get their backs pushed against the wall, they usually deliver, and they did so again. And I don't remember the last time I saw them be that dominant against another team, even of Rebellion's caliber. That's, kind of trying to force their way into like the top 10 conversation of teams. I mean, they rinsed them, F-Dot.
I mean, 7 goals in 3 minutes, bro. Technically 258. So
like 12 of them or something, like over 3. I mean, that was a shellacking.
Yeah, and I think that has to do with I'm totally playing like armchair psychologist. So this is just, from the outside looking in, but like, it's easy to rest on your laurels. Sometimes it could be easy to be complacent when you're super smart, never have to study, and then you hit day 1 and all of a sudden you fail. And so I think that might be part of energy. And they had a rough start, and then we're like, hey, we got to show everybody that we are still this team, bro. So watch out. Congratulations to them. We are going to summarize and put an end cap on the day in a matter of moments. Go get a drink. We'll be right back here on the RLCS.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it. We upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
What's good, and welcome back to the Mobile One Mountain Classic here at the RLCS. I'm your host, F. Dot, joined by Jorby Spaceman. Stax has left the building, but he's still in our hearts and minds. Oxygen Esports are going up against Space Station Gaming. We're going to get all to that, but first, let's show you the bracket. Here on our RLCS Fridays, we take a group stage, and this is what we do. We send a couple of teams home, and then we fill this out. Saturday and Sunday is where we watch all the action go down, but if you're here for Friday, we give you a little bit of a treat, and we start things off early. And so everything all said and done, we did our last tiebreaker, which was Energy, and they are able to take it, and so they are right here. And so our first matchup of the bracket starts right here, right now, and it's Oxygen Esports versus SSG. Like I said, Space Station Gaming, if I could just be a fan, one of my favorite squads to watch. I love the org. I love the way that this how so supportive they are. Oxygen, though, this is a team to watch. They have excited us throughout the day. They have certainly put up some numbers, and they have certainly put up some plays. I think we might see them on our 7 to 11 list later on. But Jorby, talk to me. Oxygen.
Oh, yeah. You know, after that series against G2, I'm a bit more of an Oxygen believer. Space Station, they had a bit of a rough go of it. I mean, honestly, not really. They played about as well of a group stage as you could expect, although XSET taking 2 games against them in the group stage, definitely a bit of a surprise. But I'm liking Oxygen's chances here against Space Station, but I don't know if they're going to win it. I do want to shout out, though. I want to shout out Torrent, because Torrent have tried so many times to get far in any regional, and this roster just could not put it together ever since they added Kinsey to the roster, and minus Percy, the roster has not worked out. They actually survived group stage, and Group D is not easy at all, except Space Station and Complexity, and I think they got a favorable matchup against Sonic. So I'm excited to see Torrent finally perform well to get to a final bracket here in the Winter Regional.
I mean, that's absolutely where my bias lies. I will tell you that for the Mountains, I am the hugest Torrent, ex-Alpine fanboy. I think that, at the end of the day, they are the gatekeepers. They are still better than everybody else, right? They're just the bottom of the 16 to 20, right? But they are consistently there. And so, the Kinsey move, not every move can be super successful like we've seen, Beast Mode and such do. And so, yeah, this wasn't numero uno. They can come back to the drawing board next time around, who knows? Maybe they go crazy here. I'm not expecting it. Here, though, Spaceman. You know what? I liked that. Jorby, I'm going to go with that one. Give me your take on the bracket. What are you looking at?
The fact that V1 get Complexity early on in their first matchup, I think that is a big sigh of relief. And I don't mean that as in terms of quality of match, but for V1, the way they've been playing, I think Complexity is a very good matchup for them because they have similar styles and Complexity play very fast. V1 can play that way too. And V1 have looked a little bit more composed in those pressurized moments, whereas Complexity as of late have been struggling. So if I'm V1, I'm like, dude, we didn't get FaZe, we didn't get G2, we got Complexity, we could absolutely handle that. So I'm excited for version 1 tomorrow.
Also, the idea that version 1 is on the top side of the bracket, you enter a group. So just the way the groups work, you got 4 teams, 1 team goes home, 1 team gets 2 lives because there's a double elimination, and the other 2 teams get a single elimination bracket. You enter a group with Energy and you don't assume you're going to wind up on the top side. You just don't. Even if you are a successful, professional team, I think that's a hard ask. And so, yeah, if I'm version 1, I'm on top of the world, dude. I'm ring gliding off a satellite. This is incredible to find yourself with that upper semifinals there for version 1. So big stuff going on this weekend. Do not miss the action. As I said, though, we have one more match here, and it's coming at you live. Oxygen Esports SSG, the Verizon fan vote. Let us know how you're feeling. Space Station Gaming are the upper card, hashtag SSG, if you're riding with Shondoris and the boys. But Oxygen Esports has absolutely shown us what it is to burn. And so I'm looking at this green and black squad, and I'm like, yo, I'm probably not voting for you, but I think you have a chance. And I think there's something there. And so the fans, let us know how you're feeling in the chat. Jorby, let me know how you're feeling on the screen.
Well, F. I'm feeling a lot like you. I'd love to see Oxygen do well here. And if they do, it's going to be thanks to what we saw earlier from Oxygen today. It's going to be thanks to LJ. Or maybe they'll surprise us. Gimmick or Toasty might take over. But something tells me that Space Station aren't really going to go quietly in the lower bracket. This is one of the best teams in North America. Complexity got the better of them today, but I think this is a favorable matchup for Space Station. Daniel starting to come into his own on the roster. Arsenal's one of the most annoying players to play against. He's got such a unique play style compared to a lot of the other players in North America. And then, of course, you've got Reddles, who's just been consistent, a consistent playmaker for this team. So when it all adds up, when you talk about all the weapons on Space Station, it's Space Station Gaming or no one else in this matchup.
Spaceman, you're up.
It's for me, it's Reddles and Daniel versus the world with Space Station. I think Reddles has been playing some of his most consistent and his most polished Rocket League. I know there was a time period in the RLCS X where Reddles was up and down, but as of late, it seems like that Daniel brought this kind of new kind of life into SSG, and Reddles has been making all the right plays. He's helping his team in big moments, and Daniel's the answer. Like he's the chosen child, and he's clutch, dude. He's got the gene for Oxygen. You're gonna need Toasty and Krasix to have monstrous games if they want to be able to take down SSG. I'm going SSG. I think they got it.
Yeah, I'm going to echo the sentiment again. Listen, if there was one more person on this desk and I was the fourth guy at the end, I'd play the crazy guy that goes with Oxygen, but I just can't do it, man. I think Space Station Gaming, like you said, they're just here to play. Daniel has been one of the most exciting young guns that we've seen in a while. Arsenal and Reddles, they're good. They're Arsenal and Reddles. But the idea that LJ has been performing lights out, Oxygen has been nuts. Again, I say this is Space Station, and I say it's a 4-game series. We might even go 5, though. I think these games are going to be tight. I think this is going to be fun to watch, and I think it's up to Oxygen to really do that. But at the end of the day, voting against the black and yellow is a tough thing to do. I'm eager to see how that fan vote comes out. So I want to see that Verizon fan vote. The results. Oh, they even lost a point. Ouch. The Oxygen started at 18. And right when we brought up, they went to 17.
No confidence at all.
Space Station Gaming fans out there for sure.
And you can understand why. I mean, Space Station win this series, they're going to Los Angeles. So there's a lot on the line for this team. Oxygen have to go much farther in this tournament to accomplish the same goal. And I definitely know that Reddles and company are hungry to make the major after missing out in the fall. They're not going to let this one slip by them, but that doesn't mean that Oxygen won't do everything they possibly can to keep Space Station out of Los Angeles. They want to move on just as much. We're underway here in game number 1. Toasty going to start things out and pop it over, but there's Daniel to push it back forward.
And speaking of the man of the hour, who seems like he's become the man of the regional, of regionals past, Daniel, no moment's too big for him. And with the moment now arising of a potential major berth, you're going to need him to step up and step up big. And he's been able to answer that call before. But Reddle's already getting very physical, leaving way to Arsenal, looking for the center, won't find it. SSG pressuring yet again.
Toasty. Close touch over to LJ, slowing it down. LJ pops it over. Arsenal trying to save it, but the double commit gives Toasty the opening. Oxygen strike first.
Toasty very keen on the dominance. That's going to allow him to, again, scoop up a lot of these rebounds and put it right back on target. He does it there, holds his position, doesn't get scared by the double commit from SSG. And those are the types of goals that you're going to have to force through against this Titaness 3-man roster. It's going to take a lot, but it is absolutely possible. And early on, Oxygen looked good.
When we saw Oxygen against G2, their transition game was pretty good when they actually could get back down past the midfield line, but it's trying to find where LJ is on these plays. LJ might have to be the enabler, but there he is, right center for the shot, and it's 2-0 Oxygen.
God, I love this angle. I mean, this pass is so perfect from Gimmick, and that's why he has remained a staple on this roster, right? When they were figuring out, okay, how do we put this team of 3 together? Gimmick was one of those centerpieces that when he came in, he made an immediate difference. And it's plays like that in the moment, right between the traffic. How can you find your teammates? He does it there, and they have a 2-goal lead.
Gimmick at the next catch. Oxygen have rocketed out to a great start. Daniel flips this one over LJ. The space station still trying to get their wheeling, if you will. Reddles got boxed out by LJ, excuse me. Gets the clear anyway. Daniel beats Gimmick to the ball, and LJ can get there in time. Oxygen back to the blue half. Our space station going to structure themselves here, thanks to that mistouch from Toasty, who's got no boost as he rotates back into net. Going to withstand more space station pressure. Gimmick trying to stay on top of that. Again, no boost. Him and LJ both move forward on this, and still Daniel's ball. Daniel off the ceiling, and you see Space Station trying to jump at the route a little bit, trying to beat Oxygen on the rotation, but they're just a little off the mark.
Yeah, they've been trying to get Oxygen to commit 2 to one side when they go for the post, and Oxygen aren't biting. So once you get the ball back to midfield, SSG are very comfortable with playing it from one at a time, popping it up and using boost to create some space. Daniel, in a 1v1, Toasty immediately cuts it down, but that's credit to Oxygen's defense. They're not falling for a lot of these different looks from Space Station, and now you have room to make things interesting. What a pass down, just couldn't find the open man.
Yeah, I like that lead from LJ. Gotta force Space Station to really think about every option that Oxygen have available to them. But Reddles, light shot. LJ got up there in time. Toasty, a little bit of boost to finesse that ball back downfield. Space Station still have not been able to find the back of the net. Only 3 shots. And then you look over at Oxygen, they've only got 2. Efficiency. Right now, the name of the game for Oxygen, but here comes Space Station. Arsenal gonna wait for Toasty's touch. He's rewarded with the ball, but where can Space Station go?
Toasty has been uncontested, picking up boost at midfield, and he's been more than happy to play that second option. So when you have somebody constantly up, Jorby, who can bump players like Arsenal and Reddles off the sidewall and make a contested look at midfield so Daniel doesn't have just free real estate, it makes SSG's job inherently more difficult. And Gimmick playing off the backboard nicely. There's Toasty yet again. LJ circling underneath. All he has to do is slow this one down and give Gimmick and Toasty time to get back in position to wait for that follow-up challenge from SSG. SSG have looked good on offense, but the defense has been much better from Oxygen.
There's another challenge from Toasty. Daniel sets this one up. LJ's got plenty of boost to watch it. He lets Toasty take this one up. You saw Space Station unwilling to commit with all of Oxygen in position. They're still able to get a couple of boosts. Daniel stabilizing in midair, has to force the 50 against Gimmick. Toasty next up, Reddles on top of him. Space Station looking for the goal. Reddles can't shake LJ, and Oxygen really playing, like you said, Spaceman, excellently on the defensive end despite mounting pressure from Space Station. Here's one off the back wall, and LJ picks it up, and he's got time to spare.
Well, the intermittent game plan from SSG was play through the left corner, and if that is what SSG want to do, Oxygen are just popping the ball up. They're forcing SSG to burn boost to recover, and they're not getting clean touches, so you can't extend. It's so well done, and a better save from Reddles, but here comes Gimmick yet again. Off the crossbar, Reddles has to get there. Daniel recovers. Toasty back up. LJ might be able to get in front. Toasty circling through the corner. Now you have a look for Oxygen, but cut down quickly and swiftly. It's SSG looking for some kind of escape plan. They have nothing, and yet again, burning so much time, SSG escape downfield.
Daniel towards the net, saved by Toasty. Reddles got the catch roll if there was ever a time for Space Station to get on the board. That carry from Daniel had to be it, but here's Arsenal. Lets it drop. Gimmick, shot by Daniel, just a little high, and it's taken back over to the corner. Again, the chances coming for Space Station, but they can't convert. These little touches, the challenges from Oxygen, they've just been a little better, just been a little stronger. LJ just leaves it, and full control from Oxygen in game number 1. Taking down Space Station to start things off.
Man, that was so well done from Oxygen. I mean, the game plan going in from SSG off the opening kickoff was, we want to pull 2 defenders off the goal line, make them double commit. If we get a 50, boom, it's centered. If we get a win, boom, it's the backboard. Regardless of what the play might be, they wanted Oxygen to overextend through their own defensive side. It didn't work. Oxygen didn't bite on the bait. So then you try to play through the corner. Like, okay, we'll pull them up towards the backboard. We'll make them burn boost. But there was no clean touches. Oxygen would get the ball and immediately softly just pop it up. So So what do we see? Daniel has to spiral up, burn boost to get it back down. Reynolds can't get a clean look. Arsenal can't circle in as a third man and extend the play. Oxygen did such a good job of understanding the momentum of the game and how to immediately stall out Space Station. So if you punch the ball downfield for a clear, Space Station can't recover and then try it again. They have to find a new way to get creative, and they couldn't. It was pressure put on Space Station to score when they needed to most, and Space Station didn't answer. That was just so well done from Oxygen. It was so nice.
Yeah, definitely getting in the heads of Space Station. Daniel leaving the lobby maybe for a car swap, despite the 6 shots he had on net, posted zeros across the board. Reynolds picking up 3 saves, and I mean, you said it, Oxygen really playing a clinical game 1. They need to continue that on Forbidden Temple. This is the dangerous thing about best of 5s. If this was a best of 7, you're talking marathon mode for Oxygen. That's a long series, but this is where the upsets happen, where you can take a team down a peg by just being better for the first couple of games. If Oxygen can keep pushing the pedal here on Forbidden Temple, they could put Space Station in some dangerous territory.
Game 1s are game 1s, but a win is a win. And a big one like that to set the momentum, we really start to see the personality of Oxygen now in game 2, and that's where you build momentum in a series. Can they continue that remedy? For SSG, it just comes down to fundamentals yet again. Like, they did things correctly in game 1. They set themselves up for success. They just got outplayed. You can remedy that and fix that by getting a little bit more physical, creating more space on the back line, trying to get towards the backboard and pull Oxygen out of position yet again. They absolutely can bounce back in the series.
LJ has been a constant pain for Space Station, but that's a great shot from Daniel. Puts it right underneath the defense, and Space Station, their first goal of the series.
Well, you saw it. Let's run it back. Only 36 on the clock, but it's enough for Gimmick to try to meet this one immediately on the challenge. And with so much net to cover, if you're Oxygen, you're guessing, and you're probably not going to come away with it. Daniel knew exactly where he wanted to put it. He gets it, and SSG get on the board first.
Reynolds a big part of that goal as well. That pop putting it away from Gimmick, so he was forced to respect it. Now Space Station, we saw this offense come out from them in game 1. The only difference was the ball just didn't get into the back of the net. LJ pushing this ball downfield. Daniel cuts it off. It's amazing what one goal can make your offense look like. Here comes the second. Reynolds puts it backside. Space Station on top.
They just needed to pull the defense out a little bit more towards midfield. Once you do that, you're playing a one-on-one, and you're asking Reynolds to beat Toasty with all that space. Reynolds puts it behind him. You can't backflip that far as much as you want to try. And there is the lead, and continuing on, it's SSG very quickly understanding the situation, the moment in game 2, what it means, and they're responding quite well.
Now Oxygen's medal being tested. A real chance to keep momentum in their favor is gone now. Space Station in control of Forbidden Temple early on. Gimmick just getting to that touch. Daniel was out of boost. Arsenal caressing this back down. LJ's been solid in his 50s as well. He's had a lot of smart, small touches. There's a pass to Gimmick. Too light of a shot. Toasty's got a lot of boost. Expends it to get to the wall. Puts it out, but LJ was there as well. And it might have been better served for Toasty to leave that one, but that was a tight window. Here comes Reynolds. Cross the field. Got the dunk off the backboard, as LJ pulls it back.
That's a big clear by LJ. I mean, I know you get a demo out of Reynolds, so you're playing a 3-on-2, and you get boost, but it just buys time. That's all you needed on defense. And now Toasty can make things interesting for Daniel, where, again, keeping Daniel out of rotation might be important, but more than that, you just need to buy time to slow down SSG. They've gotten ahead very quickly. They're putting more pressure through the corner. Blue side of the field is completely locked down. SSG have all the resources they need to put a third goal on the board. Oxygen just need to hold on and get themselves back to midfield.
And had Toasty been just a little more patient there and let that play develop in front with Gimmick, had he waited for that 50, he would have been at a better spot to push Space Station back into their own half a little more. Instead, they're having to react to Daniel's carry. Toasty loses the ball here, and Arsenal sees it. Couldn't get it. Toasty fell right back down on top of it. Gives LJ a chance. LJ slips underneath. Used the neutral hop, tried to get the demo onto Reynolds, but couldn't make connection. Daniel, next catch, got the stopper. Arsenal, no chance for him. Toasty gets in the way again. So Oxygen's rotation, solid enough to keep Space Station on their back wheels, but not enough to give them a goal-scoring chance.
And if you're going to play this choppy style possession game, you want to do it at midfield. You want to do it where if you make one mistake, maybe someone's back to potentially block an extra 50 that goes awry. Just like that. It's a weird 50, but luckily you keep it near the midfield line. Now you got to take possession away from SSG. LJ will be up there at the back wall to be able to clear it out. Reynolds now trying his hand at things, but as 3 men in front, he has to get through. Luckily, Daniel was there. If a demo eventually leads to an open slot. It will not. Right off the hood as Toasty finds LJ, but instead LJ thinking about that bump. It's been very chaotic at midfield for both teams, and nobody has been able to score off the opening 2 goals.
LJ really trying to find a win there, but Arsenal kicks the ball away from him, and Space Station maintain form on offense. Reddles makes Toasty slip over him, and Arsenal just misses the goal. There is time for Oxygen, a third. Put the nail in Forbidden Temple, but LJ. Ball taken away by Daniel. Oxygen really far off on the rotation here, waiting for Reddles' touch, and Reddles says thank you very much. He's got the net, and he's got Space Station's third goal.
Yeah, it's just a collapse in the back end from Oxygen. I mean, this should have been saved. I mean, you get it around Gimmick, sure, but Toasty needs to read that just a little bit better. It was a good play by Reddles all around, but those are the types of game-breaking goals that you can't afford to give up, especially in a game 2 where the momentum really is on your side. Even with about a minute 20 to go, there was a potential chance to bring this one back. SSG kind of get a go-ahead and a game secure, if that. They just have to burn time now. With how choppy it's been at midfield, this is SSG's game to lose.
Not the best touch here from Toasty. LJ cutting in on the rotation to make up for it. And that ball sails over Gimmick, and Toasty diving in to stop it again. Double demo happening on the backside of the rotation. That's just more time chewed off the clock. And Oxygen are left wondering how they were able to be so successful on defense in game number 1. They just haven't had those attacking chances. And when you think back, they really weren't putting up. What was that? Wait, Daniel? Okay, you can't put that one across. But that one bounced interestingly off the post. But to finish my point, Spaceman, just that Oxygen weren't really putting a lot of pressure on Space Station's net in game 1. There weren't many shots, but the ones they put on delivered. That's the problem, is that, that kind of style, you can't rely on low shot output and high efficiency all the time against a team like Space Station. You got to be able to mount pressure against this team to actually get those goals that you need. And Space Station, Forbidden Temple was all theirs.
Yeah, that really is the key. I mean, it was good enough to get you a win in game 1 to establish, okay, we're in the series, we know what we need to do. But after that, you had limited shots, limited opportunities. And in this game specifically, they did everything they did in game 1. You just can't hold back SSG's offense that long. So you need to be able to respond downfield and create looks, create opportunities. You had 5 shots. I mean, again, 5 shots is 5 shots, but it's not a lot. And when you're not given that many clean looks, because SSG will constantly challenge you individually, you need to find a way to have a better midfield game. And unfortunately, in this entire game 2, it was nothing but contested, choppy, and sometimes sloppy touches at midfield. So Oxygen played great on defense when they needed to in stretches, but SSG just played better on offense, and you can't respond with good defense. You need to respond with goals. So
updates on the lower bracket elsewhere. Randoms, sorry, Spaceman, they're up 2-0 against Rogue right now, looking to advance. The winner of this series will play the winner of that one. So Randoms looking pretty solid so far. Torrent up 1-0 against Sonics, and Envy have taken a 1-0 series lead against NRG. Those are your updates across the lower bracket in the Mobile 1 Mountain Classic. But this one, I don't think is decided by a long shot. Like to see Oxygen, it's just, to me, Spaceman, it's patience. Space Station are getting by Oxygen on a lot of these challenges with either leaves, non-touches, or just the really soft touches that don't give, or Space Station don't give up control of the ball. And that's where Space Station really flourished. If they could get into your head, it's almost a GG at that point. So Oxygen, I just think if they are a little more patient, let the play develop in front of them a little bit more, give themselves more option coverage, they can catch Space Station out on a couple of these opportunities. But tough order to ask for Oxygen. Is that touch? Not ideal, but you take it if you're Gimmick and Toasty.
Well, this series is not decided, like you said, by any stretch. I mean, this is anyone's game, but this game 3 matters a heck of a ton. This really could decide who walks away with the momentum. Great placement, just couldn't secure it. Gimmick early on getting one towards the net, and that's what you want to see if you're a fan of Oxygen. Gimmick getting going. His placement was good. Pressure on the defensive end for SSG. They have to respond. Now they get back to midfield. What can they do with it with a full tank of boost and Arsenal with possession?
LJ not giving him a chance, and then Toasty also not giving Daniel a chance. Oxygen trying to challenge early and often, but Reddles gets around one. Arsenal pops it up and over, and Toasty grabs it off the post. Daniel's next up, though, in the rotation. Recovers off the back wall. Toasty's there again. Arsenal waits, puts that one high. Double tap off the bar and in. Arsenal delivers the first goal.
I mean, how quickly he just takes this one away. Toasty gives it right back to Arsenal, and, well, all that space, you're telling me he's going to bank that one? There's no chance, even with the double commit. Again, SSG taking the looks they're given. The defense is fine, but those are those clears from Oxygen that you can't just clear the ball away to clear it away. You need to be able to convert it into a counterattack down the field if you want SSG to respect you at midfield. It just hasn't been there, and you see the opening goal for SSG coming through yet again.
You see Toasty taking that midfield boost, trying to be an option, but then Space Station just closed down immediately. Reynolds keeping the ball high. And you've seen Daniel do it more so than Reynolds or Arsenal in this game, but just grab the ball, pop it up as high as possible, keep control, and then you force Oxygen to burn so much boost, something you were talking about earlier in game number 2. They continue to go to, and it has been extremely effective at getting Oxygen off of the ball and putting them in this rhythm on defense that they can't seem to break the beat of. Gimmick got the next save here, but Space Station's still on offense.
Yeah, this style works if you have the lead, but it only works then, and you have to be able to respond if things go wrong. For Oxygen, they have yet to find that next dimension as a team, at least in the start of this series. There's plenty of time to make things different. LJ with a pop to Toasty. Daniel falling away, gives it right back to Gimmick. The 1-2, Arsenal blocks it to the corner. Reynolds scooping it and getting it out to midfield. It's an extra extension from SSG and more time for them to find what they want.
LJ, deep pass, but couldn't bite on it. Toasty, last man back, needs a solid touch. He gets it, but they need that follow-up. Otherwise, Daniel has time to suss that one out. Reynolds ends up getting demoed on the play. Arsenal veers back into control. Daniel next up as Arsenal steals away the corner boost. Daniel gets all of that one, forcing Toasty up. Another demo onto LJ from Reynolds, and Arsenal gets a free look from midfield. LJ gonna try to caress this ball, but Arsenal flips it away, and Toasty just forced a hard clear. This time he gets a follow-up from Gimmick and Oxygen, and they get shop set up here in the orange half.
That's the right play by LJ to try to find Toasty. Even if it's contested, that was the right play. But SSG have the better touches. Daniel hits the crossbar, and no one saves this. Finally blocked away by Oxygen. It's kept up and extended. No one at midfield for Oxygen to continue. Arsenal yet again will get the ball right back to the corner. One long clear for Oxygen. They can breathe. SSG back on the defensive side.
Ball shaken out, but LJ's there, keeps it close, got 2 touches around a Space Station defender. Gimmick shot, good! He got it finally for Oxygen, tying it up.
Right place, right time. It's LJ from the corner. It wasn't a lot of power, but that extra touch puts it on a dime, and Gimmick had enough. Arsenal, valiant attempt, better play on offense by Oxygen. They desperately needed one of those goals, something that just goes their way. Maybe it's a lucky bounce, maybe it's a lucky look, but finally, they have some life in this game.
But comes from LJ. Again, it's LJ creating these opportunities. We saw the same thing against G2. The only time Oxygen were really a threat on offense is when LJ was making plays with his mechanics. And he did so right there, kept the play close, forced the defender to have to make the read against him, and he could put that ball above LJ, trying to do work for his team. The shot placement from Gimmick has been oh so close. So many times he's hit, the bar or the post, and it's bounced out. So Gimmick, the shot placement just not quite there, but it's hair-thin margins. You're talking about the shot placement. They just need to even that up a little bit, and Oxygen just might get a lead. They got to play more defense as LJ punches the ball out.
It's a huge 50. Oh, that's a tie. And there comes Daniel to save it. SSG survived by the young one yet again. LJ, though, in a position. Where's Gimmick creeping up on the goal line from the back wall? No boost to extend. Toasty now looking for a pop-up. He will find it. Toasty, no one else around. LJ circling back, but maybe he keeps this one alive. It's SSG who stall out on the possession yet again.
Arsenal with possession, flips over Toasty. LJ beats him to the ball. Toasty still downfield as Gimmick starts to creep forward. Gets the ball over Daniel. You see LJ harassing the net, trying to create an opening in the rotation. There's another bump from Oxygen, pulling every physical play out of the book. Arsenal getting stomped onto the ground. Toasty gets chipped this time. Arsenal pushes this one up. Gimmick trying to force the ball forward. Oxygen would love to end it in regulation. They've got the push here. LJ, he's got some boost. Got it on the flip reset, but that's going to be tough to follow up. Down to Toasty, protected by Daniel. Reynolds putting it down, and overtime in game 3.
Big heads-up play by Reynolds. Oxygen were creeping up like you talked about more and more in the end of that game, feeling very confident. And now we restabilize, but it's Arsenal immediately on with the bump. Here comes Reynolds for the security. Daniel, last man back for SSG. Now a chance, an attempt, blocked away. Opening couple of moments, SSG threatening his first goal.
Gimmick's got no boost. He just has to make a touch. He did. Toasty also no boost, and that corner boost is gone. Daniel, next up. Toasty flips over him, but Reynolds cleans it up quickly. LJ gets bumped, and Gimmick makes another diving stop. There must be a gravitational pull on his car because somehow he comes up with clutch save after clutch save, and there's Toasty picking up one. Daniel flips it over one. Gimmick's got no boost. He needs LJ to help. He gets it. Toasty pushes it downfield, and Oxygen are on the counterattack. LJ and Gimmick, no boost spawns for him. He's got to go the whole way back, but a scary one for Oxygen, and Toasty's there! Oxygen have taken the lead in the series!
He just floats it right over the back line. Reynolds couldn't get it through the corner and gets beat on the 50. LJ, Toasty, 1-2. Daniel, we'll see you in game 4. It's easy for Oxygen, and they handled the pressure when they needed to most.
Oxygen survived. So much defense. Gimmick coming up with 4 saves, but the total save count is 10 from Oxygen off of the 13 shots from Space Station. I mean, it doesn't get more tense than that on defense for Oxygen, but somehow they withstood the bumps. Like LJ got bumped in midair in the box from Arsenal. You think Daniel's got the shot, and then Gimmick just dives back for a save somehow. Toasty's got no boost, and he's like, that's fine. I don't need boost to get the touch. So many times Oxygen are starved on boost, they're still getting the touches in front of the net, and you're thinking, okay, Space Station, when are you going to score? But Oxygen were just clutch on defense, Spaceman.
Yeah, the defense works and that game plan works when you have a lead, when you have reason to play that way. They just needed to score. Oxygen just 5-head needed to score, and they did it. F-Dot. It's looking good, man. Looking good.
You know it is, and excuse me, like looking at how these games go, I need to tell you, like, I need to show chat like how the sausage works here. Listen, when we come up here as a caster and you put your prediction out there, yeah, we did the math. Okay, we're doing what we professionally think, but I am generally rooting to be wrong because we think we know what's up, and if our prediction is wrong, that means something crazy happened. And I'm just saying, something crazy is happening right now. 17% of chat thought that Oxygen could do this. 17%, and I bet you Oxygen themselves voted as well. So now they're 1 away from eliminating SSG. I'm here for it, baby. Bring me the green and black.
And to stuff their chances at the major, no doubt. Daniel sets it up in Space Station. It was a tight window, but you feel like somehow they got to come up with that goal. Don't ask me how. It was super tight. Space Station back on defense.
And if you're Oxygen going into this game 4, Jorby, you're saying, why not us? Why can't we finish this series? Why can't we close out SSG? Hold on, a demo, a chance. That's a goal from Arsenal. That's going to be 1-0.
Finally, Space Station on the board, and Toasty coming back. He's only got 19 boost. He picked up the pad, and it was Reynolds who hurried him up to jump in the air a little early. If Reynolds isn't there, Toasty might be able to jump a little later, get more of a vertical angle on that ball, and actually make that save. But it's the little things, again, for Space Station that are the difference. Really, for both teams, that has been the difference. But Space Station get the better of Oxygen this time.
When times get tough, who has the better fundamentals? That's what it's going to come down to in this one. Who's able to make the right play at the right time? Toasty couldn't get the touchdown to LJ. Desperately wanted that one to land. As Arsenal has Rettle as a lead blocker, it won't even matter. Gimmick quickly clears it away. Daniel there, ceiling, boost, and a bounce. Gimmick gets it out.
50 not going Daniel's way. A Space Station more and more opting for that physical game. Something that they love, but LJ, he would have loved a bit of a lower shot. Net's wide open. 2-0 Space Station.
I loved the play on the sidewall from Oxygen, but if you don't have someone quickly able to recover and fly downfield to meet a pass like this, a touch like this from Arsenal, you give up open nets, and it's a risky. It's like playing through the blitz. You win and die by it. 2-0 Space Station. Luckily, 3 minutes, 41 some seconds. It's a lot of time on Coliseum.
Even when Space Station have lost, though, they've still been able to build that pressure gauge in the blue half. Daniel sets that one across. LJ awkward. Space Station tried to keep possession. Reynolds on top of the ball. Toasty again in a tough spot. Has to avoid Reynolds. Wants to keep Arsenal off the ball, and maybe an ill-advised touch there as Daniel comes across, but LJ gets the touch. Reynolds comes flying in and is pushed down. An awkward sequence, to say the least.
And Reynolds basically did all he could to try to pinch that one down and give SSG an extra chance, but that's more of Oxygen throwing everything they have in the kitchen sink off the defensive line. They were very much struggling to figure out a way to clear that ball out. LJ running in transition with Arsenal, but it's Reynolds again playing through the sidewall. Will get bumped, recovers nicely, gets a 50 on the ball. And here comes Daniel with a demo. Big clear by Toasty.
Toasty needs another 50, but Daniel demoed Gimmick. LJ the whole way back, and it killed Oxygen's transition. Reynolds, mid-air demo, saved by Gimmick. He's got to get up quickly. Toasty knew it as well, but this gives Daniel a free look at the ball. Actually, no, Toasty gets the boost. And that touch is close. It works out. LJ gets demoed again. Every time Oxygen sets something up, Space Station throw it right back down into the dirt. Here's Reynolds taken away by Toasty again. And he's collected his own boost. Arsenal, no touch. Toasty comes down with it once more. He's got the catch, but over top of him is Daniel. Gimmick next up. He's got a demo from Toasty. Leaves it for LJ, but that's a 50 from Space Station. And the play just dies for Oxygen. When you think they're going to push forward, they get shoved right back into the blue half.
SSG have really picked up the pace in this game. They have really put their pedal to the metal, and they are not letting up. Every single touch is threatening. Every single rotation downfield, speed, momentum behind it, the power on their touches. It's making the job for Oxygen on these recoveries that much harder. This might waterfall. Dangerous down to LJ, but not a clean recovery, and a huge pinch by Reynolds to Daniel. Oh, the 1-2. Gimmick saves it. Toasty, side wall. Oxygen desperately looking for something.
They've been clutch on the goal line. They still allow 2 goals. They need to get some offense. LJ with no boost and Gimmick committed. Meaning Toasty has to make it back quickly, and he gets deleted. Daniel throws it up, off the bar and out. LJ somehow got the save, keeping Oxygen's hopes alive in Game 4. Again, still needing that goal. Gimmick gets over 1, but there's always a fail-safe for Space Station. There's always a follow-up after that first defender gets beat. LJ will try again, but Daniel cuts him off.
The final couple of moments where the momentum starts to set in and teams lock down and play time. SSG will continue the threat. They want to win this game more than they want to stall it out and send it to Game 5. And all they need is one more push downfield. LJ just heaving it towards the backboard, hoping somebody is there to extend. Reynolds very quickly cutting it down every single time SSG touch the ball. This Game 4 gets more and more out of reach. Oxygen need a goal, and they need it now.
Time still ticking down. LJ gets a demo. Racing back is Reynolds. He's got the touch. Nonplussed. Gimmick, another touch for him on his way out of the stadium. Arsenal protecting the rock. Daniel also keeping them back to the corner. Oxygen just need a goal with time left. Anything that gets them a reset on the kickoff. When it's taken away, 2 commit from Space Station, maybe a chance for Gimmick. Pops it up real hard. LJ's there. Redirect off the bar, and he couldn't do it. Gimmick trying to protect it, doing what he can to keep it going, but time is their worst enemy, and it just may look like we're headed to Game 5.
In the end, fundamentals mean the most. When it's time to clutch up, who has it? SSG always did. Oxygen in the early going of this series certainly showing the best of their hand. But Champions Field is what it's all about. It's what it always comes down to. And both these teams with so much on the line are going to have to duke it out once more.
It's just so fun to go to Champions Field. And how fitting for the last game of the day on the mainstream. Space Station, it was much like it was in Game 2. Spaceman, just scoring 2 quick early goals. And then really, I don't feel like they felt that much stress on defense. They only had to make 4 saves off of the 7 shots from Oxygen. Again, the pressure is just not there for Oxygen consistently in the orange half of the field. So where does the buck drop here for Oxygen? Because they have the counterattack. They do have the threats, but the demos are killing them, even on these transitions. And FDOT, I just, we're going to Game 5, but Space Station looked like they're in clear control.
Yeah, absolutely. I was over there. I was over there talking to some guys in the back on the analyst side, and they were bringing down how Space Station going here to Game 5 is a crazy deal here. And so Oxygen stepping up here, I mentioned it from the beginning of the show that LJ was a guy to watch out for. Toasty's going to be able to support him here. And looking at Oxygen's supremacy going forward, I think I said Game 5 is where it's all completely different. This is where Oxygen could take it. I don't know if Oxygen could have done it if they didn't get here to game 5, but now that they are, it's anybody's match.
Well, we're on Champions Field, presented by Mobile One. Space Station, one more game win gets them into Los Angeles. But Oxygen, they need more than that. They would love to send Space Station packing right now. They fought hard in this series. They fought hard all day. But Space Station, a giant in the way here on Champions Field. Gimmick popping that one across back to the corner. Reynolds gonna start off the attack on the ceiling, but it's cut off by LJ.
And that's Oxygen's game plan going in. You're going to have to cut down SSG up top. A great pinch from Arsenal to keep that one alive. And more importantly, the pressure that just continues. It's an open net. Throw stats out the window. Game 5 means nothing. You just have to play your game. And so far, Oxygen do just that.
And Arsenal pulls off the ball here. He got smoked on the play, and I'm not sure why he pulls off there. That's a head scratcher for me. At least dive into that one, maybe. You really don't have a clear idea of where the ball is, but you know it's there. And instead, maybe he thought he had a backup, but Daniel was the last guy in net as well. I needed a second look. I was switching between cams. But Space Station let one go. Daniel wants to give it right back. He's got the dribble, and there it is. Space Station clean up tidy.
Man, they needed something to just revitalize this squad. I mean, the opening goal is tough enough, but with how that game 4 went, you're feeling good coming into this one. You want to make your mark. Daniel very quickly responds, and that's the key for me, Jorby. It wasn't something that was drawn out. We didn't talk about a tie game with about a minute to go. They responded immediately, and now it's basically 0-0. You just keep playing.
LJ again demoed. Space Station. Now, they've thrown any modicum of modesty out the window. We're going to drive right through these blue cars, take as many off the field as possible to get that goal in the net. And isn't that the marquee Space Station way? Toasty pops that one up high, but Daniel's got it on the defense. It's LJ, shakes him off the ball. LJ trying to work, but Arsenal comes in on the rotation. Not enough for Oxygen, but they have maintained midfield right up until that point. As Reynolds gets control, Toasty taking it away from him. LJ bumped out of net. Daniel tried to put it wide, and LJ comes right back in to get the recovery. Reynolds, no chance. Again, Oxygen hanging on defense.
I mean, but even look where Arsenal is. Like, as Reynolds is establishing his presence. Big bomb. Oh, big save. Toasty gets it out. LJ able to corral this one. Can he get out to midfield? Yes. Is anyone else there? No. Arsenal cuts it down yet again. Flip reset stuffed right down into the box. Into the corner we go. LJ needs boost. SSG continue their assault.
Space Station trying to relax the rotation a bit after that one. LJ doesn't get the bounce he wants, but Daniel gets a hard clear. Arsenal on the transition. Gimmick's ready for it. Oxygen have adapted to that rotation, trying to avoid those bumps. LJ forces his way through one. He's through two, but nobody was ready for it. Gimmick wins that touch off the backboard. Toasty denied, and somehow Space Station survive. Arsenal collects his boost, collects the ball, and collects some safety for Space Station.
I mean, the tempo's kicked up, but don't get swept up in the chaos. If you're Oxygen, continue to control the pace. Those extra 50s just mean SSG is going to have more time to read through the defensive end. Daniel with a slight bump, Arsenal with the center, but Reynolds very far pushed back. Now he makes his move, and LJ should continue to contest this ball. It's Toasty through the corner, plenty of boost, another win by SSG off the backboard. Possession here for SSG yet again. They're playing sideline to sideline. They're trying to pull out Oxygen and make the job even easier when they counterattack downfield.
Arsenal forces Toasty to make the challenge, but he does. 2 demos means Toasty's got to do it twice. He can't on the spot. There's Gimmick again. He's got to do it twice. LJ can't get there. Space Station have the lead.
That was too much time for nothing to happen, but finally SSG answer the call. Gimmick is the only one around, and I was expecting SSG to make that read a little bit quicker, but Reynolds holds the young ones aside, takes control, puts it on target, gets the second goal. A minute 38, plenty of time, but it's SSG who get the lead.
Toasty pops this one up off the kickoff. Has the reset available, but Arsenal right on top of him for the 50. That's been so difficult for them to get by. Here comes LJ, the X Factor, but denied by Reynolds. Picked up the boost and the ball, forced the 50 off of Arsenal. Gimmick, light shot, gonna be taken away by Reynolds, but LJ's got 96. He's got the stealing. He's got the shot off the double tap. Goal! Oxygen have tied it up.
What do you do if you're SSG? How do you block this? LJ, uncontested. 1, 2, see ya. It's 2-2 tied up. Plenty of time, but more importantly, all the momentum swung back 50%, and now it's a full tank of gas. Oxygen have everything they need to send this one down the distance.
Space Station were able to retain their leads earlier in the series, but Oxygen finally able to punch back a couple of times. Space Station fighting for their major spot. Daniel putting that one across. Reynolds trying to help out, but Toasty, no chance for him. Reynolds gets the clear downfield. Every touch matters. It could be one mistouch. That's the difference in this final minute. Here's Daniel. He's over one. He's got space. Reynolds tried to make it awkward for Gimmick. Arsenal will be next up. LJ back in the rotation, and it's saved again. The defense has not been immaculate, but it's been serviceable. Bend, but don't break for Oxygen. LJ gets another touch out, but Reynolds is going to continue the push for Space Station. There he comes. One more to do it. Gimmick's got the save. Arsenal waits. He's got some time, but LJ crashes in front of him, and Oxygen have control. LJ denied by Gimmick. Gimmick's shot. Is it good? Off the bar. He misses it. It's out. Where's the goal? There it is. They've done it. Oxygen have eliminated Space Station from major contention.
How does this happen?
What?
How does this happen? Surely this isn't happening. 14
I got
seconds
eliminated.
to go.
Hang on a second. Oh, I got so
14
excited.
seconds to go.
Oh.
It's still possible. Daniel looking for life. It's Arsenal ready. Is the pass there? Is the pass there? It might be.
Oh.
Arsenal can't get there. Back down to the ground. Kept up. It's kept up by SSG. It's Arsenal through the corner. 18 boost. Still alive. Where's the pass? No one in front. SSG eliminated from the Los Angeles Major. Oxygen stunning SSG in Game 5.
I would just like to point one thing out. Space Station are not eliminated from major contention. But it's gotten a lot tougher for them. So that's my bad, Spaceman. It's my bad.
It's all good. They have a second life.
I got a little excited when Oxygen scored that goal. For some reason, I thought no time was left on the clock. And, you know, we all get one. But Oxygen, what a big win for them. Space Station gonna need some help to get into the major. Just got a little too excited there at the end. But F. What a series. What a day.
Yo, okay. Last time we came to the desk, I was muted and talking to somebody else, and this time I talked too early. I just said, yo, that was insane. That was a raw reaction from me, guys. Like, no cast or nonsense. That's raw. Oxygen taking down Space Station in round one is a big deal. We have a regional this weekend, and Space Station's not going to be there. Like, well, internalize that real quick.
Well, not yet.
That's kind of crazy, bro.
Not yet, though. They're not eliminated yet. That's what I'm saying, F. I messed up. No. They're not eliminated from major contention. They can still get in.
No, from the regional is what I'm saying. They're not playing.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Weekend.
We will not see.
I'm sorry.
We will not see Space Station at this regional. Insane. Insane.
Wow.
Crazy. I think that's the biggest takeaway for sure, is the fact that SSG will not be here. But we've had a lot of crazy things going on throughout the day. I think, the first matchup that we had, we started off with the General NRG losing to randoms. Okay? Again, not being disrespectful, that's the name of their team. But they are newer to the scene, and that's crazy. So, I mean, with version 1 coming out of the top side of the bracket, I think that is the story I think that we want to cover. So we'll go all the way back here, hit the rewind button, and show you the groups, how we entered into today's Friday here. We had 4 groups like this. And again, that Group A, I think, is the biggest surprise to a lot of people.
Yeah. V1, 3-0. Like, even with the way they've been performing recently, I don't think anyone expected as clean as it was. Perfect map count. They come out, they handle the business against NRG. Randoms being able to steal a series against NRG, and the fact that Shopify had such a slow performance so far. The Group A was surprising to say the least.
Craziness, man. Craziness. Complexity also getting on the top side of the bracket. That's going to be a big deal for them. They have been coming down to ground level, so to speak, and I hoping that the wind hits their sails one more time. G2 doing G2 and FaZe doing FaZe. So looking at how today went, this is how we set up the bracket. And so again, we do our first round of the bracket here on the stream, and we saw Space Station fall out of oxygen. That's crazy, and we all well know it. But then we also see the other side, Randoms knock out Rogue and continue going forward. Torrent knocks out Susquehanna, which I think could also be considered an upset or a surprising victory. And then the General Energy beats Envy, and that's how that one works out. But this is a surprising bracket for me. I will straight up say that, Jorby. Seeing V1 on the top side, seeing Space Station literally not on it, like a lot of these things stick out to me as like, yeah, this is the third regional.
Yeah. I mean, this is what we've always wanted out of North America. We've been asking, hey, where's the European carousel for this region? We're tired of watching the same 4 teams make it to the Final Four every single time. Well, some of these teams are finally starting to post some results. I can't remember the last time Torrent beat XSET. I don't think they've ever beaten XSET until this tournament. That's a step up for them. Beating Sonics, that's also a step up. NRG is going to be a tough out for them. But Randoms, like that's, to me, Randoms is that story that you want out of this region. It is a story that we've regularly had in Europe for a couple of regionals, and it's nice to see some of these, like, A tier teams finally start punching above their weight class and posted some solid results.
I mean, that is the esports dream. I'll tell you right now, I always prefer, like, my take is I like the North American style, right? A closed league. You only play the teams that are in the league. The open tournaments are really fun for this reason. You don't always get this reason. You have an open tournament and maybe some crazy kids come out of nowhere. I know Team EXE and all that, but like realistically, this is the dream, right? You're a bubble player, a below bubble player, and you've made it to the big show. This is why we do the open bracket. This is why we do this style tournament, and we're reaping the benefits as fans. Like, we are so lucky to be able to get to see this stuff. I think it's so cool, Spaceman. It is very cool to really see Randoms go here. That said, their opposition could be tough, but I'm just excited to see them on a Saturday.
Oh yeah, dude. This is the pinnacle of what esports is about. I mean, we've all been in esports for like almost 30 years combined, and we know that like open bracket teams that make that run, that understand how to take what the best they have against some of the top teams, that is where careers start. You start that legacy and that whisper through the cornfield of, did you guys see Randoms? Did you see them take down? This is how these careers get started. So yeah, it's a great win for them, and I'm just proud of the boys. I hope they do well this weekend.
Big stuff. A lot of different storylines to take home with you. I think a lot of people are looking at complexity on the top side of the bracket. I know Supersonic is looking at version 1. Version 1 actually has low-key a big fan base out there. And I know for a fact that those people are really excited. Again, FaZe versus G2 is going to be a really cool matchup in that upper semifinals. We might even get a repeat of it later on down the bracket. That might be possible, but the world is yours if you're in the bracket, that is. If not, well, we'll see you around. Everybody still battling it out. Keep in mind that North American Major looming on the horizon, and the big picture points are what everybody's battling it out. It's in LA, baby. And you know, I want to see the sun and the palm trees. Lucky for me, I don't have to win any games. I'm going to go no matter what. These teams have to win it in order to get there. You guys have a great cast of people along for the ride tomorrow. Leaf and everybody, they'll be here tomorrow and Championship Sunday, but that does it for us on the broadcast today. Thank you so much to all the people behind the scenes on the ones and twos, pushing the buttons. Shout out to our observer, Crasher, for bringing us the action. My co-commentators, Jorby, Spaceman, and Stacks. You guys are the best. And of course, everybody out there in chat. Without you, we'd just be us. Keep it locked here this weekend for the RLCS. That's it. I'm done. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace and much love.
You know how some carriers give you so little for your older busted phone you just end up living with it? I don't think so. Verizon lets you trade in your broken phone for a shiny new one. You break it, we upgrade it. You dunk it, doggy bone it, slam it, wham it, strawberry jam it. We upgrade it.
Get a 5G phone on us with select plans.
Every customer, current, new, or business.
Because everyone deserves better. And with plans starting at just $35, better costs less than you think.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
It's 3 a.m. I need a taquito. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Slurpee, light bulbs, antifreeze. Here's your order, nacho cheese. If you want it, we can get it from the 7-Eleven. Tippy driver.
Somebody, how long he will be on my mind. You will